Welcome everyone to Open House, to the Maine Maritime Academy's Fall Open House. We're just going to give it a few moments while everybody gets settled into the Zoom, and then we'll start right in. Good afternoon, everyone. This is great. So many folks are logging into the Zoom. Welcome to Fall Open House at Maine Maritime Academy. We're just going to give it another little bit while people get settled in, and we'll go from there. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to Fall Open House at Maine Maritime Academy. My name is Kate and I'm part of the admissions team here. And I'm joined with a number of wonderful faculty and staff and personnel here at Maine Maritime Academy, from students to those that will be in your classroom. And we've got lots to share with you. But before we dive into the heart of it all, I wanted to open with a welcome from President Brennan, who is joining us today on this Saturday afternoon to make sure that you guys know what is part of that Maine Maritime Academy family and what it's like to be part of this community. So I'm going to turn it over to you, President Brennan, for your welcome.
Thanks, Kate. And I want to welcome you all today. Thank you so much for joining us. I think during the course of the day, you'll meet some amazing people and see some fabulous programs here at the Academy. And you'll begin to understand why I say that we are definitely a unique institution. We're certainly unique in the state of Maine. And given that we're one of only 6 colleges like that offer this program in the country, we are unique in the United States as well. I know that the college choice process is a very difficult one for families. And so I urge you to remember that college is not the end game. College is a means to an end, and that's to a satisfying, successful career. And at Maine Maritime Academy, that's what our mission is, to provide you with a fabulous education to prepare you for a wonderful career. And I'll demonstrate also that we are unique in that Maine Maritime Academy continues to provide our graduates. Within 90 days of graduation, 90% of those graduates have realized a job in their career field. That's what a Maine Maritime Academy education will provide for you. So enjoy the day. And I do urge you, when time is right, to visit Maine Maritime Academy. And in the meantime, thank you again for joining us, and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, President Brennan. That was so great to be welcomed and start the day off on such a great note. I do want to let everybody know who's attending that we are on the webinar format. So we can see who's attending, but we can't see your picture. So just something to keep in mind, that you can interact with us, and we do encourage a lot of interaction through the chat function and the question and answer function. I do have some personnel in the background that will be paying attention to those questions. So please utilize those. We will try to get to as many questions as we can throughout this program. But again, if there's anything that you are itching for more knowledge afterwards, we will be sharing our contact information with you. And I'm sure you already have it. We've been emailing you quite a bit as to how to get here to begin with. So without further ado, let's kind of jump into the heart of what Open House is all about. I'm just going to share my screen here. So welcome to Maine Maritime Academy. As you can see, we have such a diverse platform in which to educate our students here, from ships to upper academy campus buildings. So I'm going to dive right in. As you noticed, and you may have found out, that our open house has a lot of sessions. I hope that initial screen share was working. I'm very sorry if it wasn't, but I hope it's working now. I just got word that it wasn't working before, but is it working, Dr. Williamson?
Yes, it is.
So wonderful, great. Well, here we go. Let's start all over again. Just for today's program, I do want to mention that we have two stages. We have this main stage in which you're viewing right now, and we have a secondary stage. All of the sessions will be recorded. So if you miss one or you're really itching to hit one on one session and you're going to miss one on the other, we will be able to get you that recording and you can watch it later. So don't worry, we will get everything that you need. And the main open house website gives you links to both of those sessions. So at this time, this session is the only one being hosted on the main stage, but starting after this, you will have residential life on stage 2. So one of the most important things that we like to talk about here at Maine Maritime Academy is the mission statement. And it's something that us as staff, your faculty in the classroom, to those that are serving you in the dining hall, to cleaning the dorms, all take very seriously. And there's one sentence that I really like to point out, and it's that the curriculum will empower students to take on leadership roles, encourage rigorous self-discipline, promote curiosity, and provide graduates with the skills, ethics, and knowledge needed to succeed in the global economy. What does that mean? That means we're looking for students that are engaged both in the classroom and out of the classroom. You're investing this time, finances, energy into getting this education. We want to make sure that by the time you leave, you will be a leader in that industry, and we will make sure that you have all the skills necessary to get there. So just a couple of quick facts about the school. The campus is located on about 35 acres right here on the Maine coast. So if you haven't come to visit, we can't wait to show you around. We can't wait to show you what our waterfront campus is all about. We have just less than 1,000 students here on campus. We offer 23 different majors. We're not one of these schools that has 75 different offerings, but what we do offer, we do really well in. So we're small but powerful. Depending on the program, there's 7 different professional licenses that you can obtain at Maine Maritime Academy. And we're going to be going into those in more depth through those academic sessions. So just note that there is a lot of opportunity depending on which track you take. What is really nice about having a small undergraduate base is that you have small classrooms and you're a name and a personality in those classrooms. We have 11:1 student to faculty ratio. And the average class size is only about 20 students. We're talking about your freshman introductory classes are part of that. So if you're looking for a place that you can be a name and a personality and not a number in anybody's book, you have found a great spot here at Maine Maritime Academy. So the final column over here is life outside the classroom. And that's really important. That's just as important to your success as a student as life inside the classroom. And so we have something for everyone. We have lots of clubs, and our student life session will be talking about those various opportunities for clubs and organizations. We have over 15 different varsity sports, and we have a whole athletic session that you can go and learn a little bit more about what athletics that we have to offer at the Division III level and a competitive club sports. And then we have over 60 different vessels. It is probably the coolest playground you could ever imagine. If you like anything to do with the boats, the water, being on the water or out to sea, 60 different vessels that our students can take out every afternoon, from old wind sailing boats to modern fiberglass motorboats and everything in the middle. So if you like being on the water, around the water, and anything to do with the water, we have the coolest playground you could ever imagine. And it doesn't matter your major, you can engage in that waterfront, which is really fantastic. And the last statistic that I really like to highlight is that our incoming classes consistently say that this is the top choice school for 89% of them. What does that mean? That means we have students that want to be here. They want to engage in the classroom and out of the classroom. They're not settling on a place like Maine Maritime Academy. They're actively engaging in a place like Maine Maritime Academy. So it just, you're coming with a group of like-minded individuals, ones that want to be here. And that's so important. There's not many other schools that can talk about a statistic of that nature. So we're quite proud of that. And so I'm going to turn it over for a few minutes to Dr. Williamson, our provost, who's going to talk about our academic programs and really what makes us so special and unique.
Thanks, Kate.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, welcome to Open House. Today, I'm going to share with you why we believe MMA experience might be right for you and why we're the top choice for many of the students that come here. We're going to introduce our faculty and staff who work hard to create what we believe is the best maritime education of any small college in all of America. Before you meet the rest of my colleagues, let me tell you a little bit about my background, which is typical for many faculty here at the Academy. I'm an engineer by training, and I worked for the Navy for about 10 years, designing communication systems before deciding to come to academia to teach. I love teaching, and many of my colleagues here at the Academy have the same passion. It's the one thing that makes the Academy experience so special. It's also one of the big reasons why we keep our class sizes so small. With those small class sizes, you get the attention you need to build the skills you need to be successful in your career. And that, as President Brennan mentioned, that's one of the main reasons for our high job placement rate after graduation. I have nothing against large classes, but they're not for everyone. And I believe that the small class sizes we provide here at the Academy is that extra benefit that gives you the value you're looking for. Let me begin the overview now by briefly discussing some of the offerings in our transportation department, engineering department, ocean studies department, and business department. Together, these departments provide our world-class hands-on learning experience that focuses on validating what you know with real-world practice. So that competency framework in the small class sizes, you're going to have somebody who's paying attention to what you're doing. So it's not just what you know, but what you can do with what you know. So first up today, you'll meet Captain Dan Parrott. He's the chair of our transportation department. And he's going to tell you about the Marine Transportation Operations Program, the Vessel Operations Technology Program, and our Small Vessel Operations Program. These programs lead to, as you can see, unlimited license ranging from the 200-ton up to an unlimited license. The program has a lot as simulators, and with the simulators, you get that world-class hands-on experience in navigation and ultimately the operations and coursework leading to, the skills you need to operate our training ship. Next. After Captain Parrott, you'll meet Professors Ludkowski, Stewart, Ferreira, and Christian from our engineering department. They'll tell you about our engineering technology, and our operations programs. Those programs in engineering and engineering technology are ABET accredited. So with that ABET accreditation, it allows you to get a professional license as an engineer. So not just the maritime license and Coast Guard license we talk about, but the professional certification so you can sign off on designs. So that's an added benefit for those programs, and you'll hear a lot more about that from our professors. So these programs, as you can see, well, all right, next up, so Professor Ferreira and Christian will talk about power engineering, which is a little different than the marine engineering and the marine engineering technology programs. Okay, next. After the engineering program, you'll meet Professor Mullen, who's chair of our ocean studies program, and Professor O'Malley. They'll discuss what I like to call our research programs in marine biology, ocean science, and environmental science. These programs also combine a licensure track, and those programs look at the impact of climate change and the sustainable growth of new ocean technologies, particularly things like ocean pollution and ocean resilience. So that's a solid, research-oriented program. Again, the practical hands-on demonstration gets to using what you know. So you use some high-end research equipment. So you may not be operating a training ship, but you're using very complex research equipment and collecting data and analyzing that. So it still follows that same pragmatic, hands-on, real-world application of what you know. And then rounding out our presentation, you'll hear from Professor Schutzer from our International Business Logistics Department, where we offer actually both undergraduate and graduate programs. And they, boast phenomenal internship and co-op experiences. And their career opportunities cover a range of industry. And again, we emphasize the same hands-on practical application. And they also have a licensure pathway to their program. Again, in closing, as you've seen in some of these slides, we have the labs, the simulators, and the vessels, including our training ship, that makes our MMA learning experience unique. Our hope is to give you those skills and certifications you need for the careers you want. And thank you. And again, welcome to our virtual open house, and looking forward to your joining the MMA community. Okay, Kate, back to you.
Hey everybody, Kate's computer seems to be having a little bit of glitch, but that's okay. We can just see what happens. Worst case, we might have to just restart the computer and start it up. This is our 4th virtual open house, so it's about time that we had a mistake, right? Just for your information, I'm Elizabeth Allaby. I also work as an admissions counselor. I am not Kimberly Riley. I kind of ran in to run a little bit of interference. But I don't think at this time Kate was able to successfully unmute herself. So we'll kind of see what happens. Like I said, worst case, we all sign out, you come right back in, or you can go over to my stage, stage 2, right at 2:30. And you can come hear about Residence Life with Janice Polk and Jess Shively, and we'll just reconvene. And I'm sure that marine engineering will be good to go at that time. All right. Looks like Kate is still working on it. Thank you so much, Dr. Williamson. You did great up until that tech stops working.
Let me see if I can find the presentation.
Let me see. I'll see if I can't log in. We'll see what happens. I'm going to do some back end stuff. So if everybody will.
Am I back?
It's back. All right.
Am I back? Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Everything just froze me, so I very much apologize. But what I'm going to do is pick up where we left off and get you back rolling here. I am sorry about that, but thank you, Elizabeth, for jumping forward and helping go through that. So let's jump right back into where we left off. Thank you again, Dr. Williamson, for such a wonderful introduction. I'm sorry it ended so abruptly on my end, but let's get rolling again here. What is it that makes Maine Maritime Academy so unique? It's this regiment of midshipmen, and it's really an incredible program. It's incredible for gaining that license, and it's incredible for the leadership opportunities that it allows. So I've tried to share my screen again. I'm hoping that it doesn't freeze up on us, but if it does, we'll go from there. I don't know what's going on, but the Regiment of Midshipmen is something that really takes our students from an ordinary student into a leader in that industry, one that they can. Looks like I'm frozen again. Oh, hopefully
I got it.
My screen. All right, thank you. I might have to have you on all day, Dr. Williamson, for my backup. But So this regimen of midshipmen is required for our students gaining that unlimited license. But what is so special is that it's voluntary for all of our other students. Any student from any major can join the regimen of midshipmen, and it's incredible for leadership, honor, integrity, discipline, and camaraderie. About 65% of our student body is in the regiment, but everything is blended. Your classes will be blended, the dining hall, the dorms. Your life on campus will be with regimental students if you're a non-regimental student, or vice versa. And so it's something to think really heavily about if your major does not require you to be in the regiment of midshipmen. And so we will have our own session on the regiment. You can hear from our commandant himself about what the regiment is all about and what makes it so unique. I'm going to try to shift my slide here. How do we fulfill our mission statement? And I keep going back to this mission statement throughout my thread of a presentation because it is so important. How do we get a student to be a leader in that industry? You can't learn how to become a marine engineer by reading it in a book. You can't learn how to become a deck officer by listening to somebody lecture to you. You have to do it hands-on. And so we have labs and simulators for every one of our majors. We have a logistics simulator for our logistics student. And so every one of our students has the opportunity to get hands-on. You know, it seems like they get to play all afternoon. I know it's serious business, but they get to do the things that they love in the classroom spaces that they can do. And with these small classrooms, they have the opportunity to not watch somebody do it, but they're the ones doing it, which is so special. And how else do we have students become leaders in that industry? It's through the cruise co-op and internship opportunities that they're able to have. All of our majors have cruise co-op or internship opportunities. Depending on your major, it depends on which opportunity and which thread you're going to be going down. We will have our own career services session that you're going to hear about these opportunities. That'll be on stage 2 later today. But do note that it's through these connections and these experiences in the field that 90% of our students are employed within their field of study within 90 days of graduation. The return on investment is huge. You've invested this time and this finances and this energy into gaining this education, as I had mentioned before. We have opportunities for you. And so as President Brennan welcomed us by mentioning this very thing, it is something that we hold as a huge reward. Our students are able to get the employment opportunities that they want in the time frame that they desire in a very lucrative field. So it's a huge opportunity. So how to apply? We're going to spend the last few minutes of this session talking about what it is as a student, because you're here, you're looking at Maine Maritime Academy. How do I apply? You've liked what you've seen today. You've maybe been to campus and liked what you've seen, or maybe you haven't been yet, but you should come. How do you apply? We have 2 deadlines. We have an early action deadline and a regular decision deadline. Don't worry about those terms for now. The most important thing to note is that with a completed application, we try to turn your decision around within about 2 weeks. That means if you've invested your time to applying to us, we want to invest our time to making sure you have that decision. So what does a completed application look like? We need your application on the Common App. So if you haven't heard that term, you will start hearing that pretty soon. We're going to need an official high school transcript, an evaluation letter, which is also known as a recommendation letter, and the list of courses you're taking your senior year. We won't have your senior year grades because you're still in those classes, but we want to make sure that that foundation for success is strong. You can't come to college and build the house if your foundation isn't strong. So we want to make sure that you're in the right classes so that when you come here, it'll be easy sailing, as we like to say. What else can you add to your application to enhance it? These items that I just put up are optional. You don't have to submit them, but you can. So we're looking for a resume, an additional evaluation letters, and SAT or ACT scores. That resume We know that you're not coming out of the working industry with 20 years experience, and that's not what we're looking for. But who are you outside of that classroom? What is it that you bring to the table? What is it that you're going to bring to MMA that will develop your character here? So put everything that you do. When the school bell rings, who are you? That's what we want to know. Additional evaluation letters, those can come from anybody outside the academic umbrella or in addition to the academic umbrella. So if you have part-time employment, grab an employer, or if you go to a summer camp, all of that is really important to us. And we're test optional this year. You can choose to submit your standardized test scores, and we have never and we will never use a standardized test score to deter an application. But if you have the ability to take it and you're happy with those scores, please submit them. So what are we looking for on your transcript? And this is really important. 4 years of English. Although it is very difficult to graduate high school without 4 years of English, that's very important. But 4 years of math, and you can graduate high school without 4 years of math. But this is really something that we look very carefully for. STEM majors are math and science heavy. And we want to make sure, again, that you're prepared for success here. It's really difficult to learn how to be a college student and learn math at the same time. So what math are we most concerned about? It's making sure that you're in the right advanced math by the time you're a senior. And so there's trigonometry, pre-calc, or calculus. And so if you can get in one of those by the time you're a senior, that's fantastic. If you're looking down that list or you're listening to me today, hopefully I'm not too frozen on the screen. If you're in Algebra 2, that's fine. Apply. Let us work with you so that by the time you come, maybe we'll put you in a summer class. Maybe you're going to work with a private tutor through the rest of your senior year so that you've seen these concepts for success. If you're looking at that list thinking, I'm already in AP Calculus, take those AP exams. That's critical so that we can use those as transfer credit, so that we can make sure that you're stepping into an advanced math when you're a student here. And then in terms of science, there's biology, chemistry, and physics. We want to see that you've had 2 out of the 3 lab sciences. Not all schools offer physics, although if you are considering an engineering major here, you really do want to take physics. If your school offers physics, please make sure that you're on the list to take it. But we do want to see 2 out of the 3. And then we will be sending you all over the world. You're going to take your degree and go global. So to have a foreign language under your belt is really important. Although it's not required, but it is something that we look for. And so in terms of what's the next steps? How do I move forward? Come visit us. Come get more information. Come to visit campus. We have campus tours available. You can join us for an MMA campus experience. And so actually next Sunday, the 3rd, and then Saturday, the 23rd, we have an opportunity to come take a tour, see the ship, see the bridge simulator in action, and hopefully the wet lab. We'll see, you'll see these places on campus that you may not be able to get on a traditional campus tour. And then we all are hosting future webinars throughout this month and into the fall. And so you'll be able to hear a little bit more and dive deep into those subject matters. So it's on the Maine Maritime Academy website on the Connect page. You can register for those. And we also will have a QR code right here that you can scan in and join us for one of our visits coming up. But I'm going to leave this slide up for a couple of seconds here while people migrate from this main stage to life outside the classroom, if you want to hear that. And we also have marine engineering coming right up with Professor Stewart and Professor Harmon, who are here to talk about their life in the industry, and they're joined with a few students as well. So I'm going to be turning it over to them. And let's hope that for the rest of this session, my computer keeps on trucking along and not freezing. But if it does, we'll make sure to get back to you. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Professor Stewart. Or Professor Harmon, would you like to take it here?
Okay, yeah, I think Hank's just getting set up, presentation. Um,
Would you like me to?
Yeah, just let me briefly talk about the program and what some of the differences are. Professor Stewart and I run MEO and MET. This particular presentation, I'm not sure. And so my name's Joseph Harmon. I'm program coordinator for the Marine Engineering Operations Program. It's a 4-year program. I graduated from that program in 1986. I shipped out for 28 years. I worked 2 years at the mill in Old Town. Now I've been teaching at Maine Maritime for 5 years now. So we've got a lot of experience that teach the students, a lot of it's real world experience. So a lot of people worry about, you know, the children going on cruise or whatever. You know, you're in great hands. You got people that are captains, chief engineers, all of that. So cruise is safe, the classrooms are safe, the labs are safe. You got tons of experience teaching you each and every day, not only engineering principles, but real world experience. And that's one of the things that makes our school so desirable to people that are looking for new employees. Usually we have a career day every October, and we'll always have more companies there than we do have students looking for jobs. So that's why our employment rates are so high, is that we have that hands-on experience that goes with everybody's theoretical lessons. Hank, are you ready to be on? Actually, no, you're actually muted, or I think you're muted, Hank. Nobody can hear.
Professor Stewart, it sounds kind of funny. I don't know if it sounds funny, you know, but it's certainly squeaky on our end.
My battery's on. It's in. Hank, if you just take us through the slides, I can talk through it, okay? Okay, so here's how our marine engineering technology, operations and technology line up. Here's the two majors. One of them is a little less math and science based. The marine engineering operations is more algebra based. So you'll have a few less courses and more opportunities to have minors and things. You can even go off, do a business minor. You can do welding minor, all kinds of different minors that you can have with the MEO program. With the MET program, they're ABET accredited. They can take the exam at the end of the 4 years.
Hello, Professor Harmon. Sounds like you dropped out. Can folks hear me now?
We can much better. Yes, go for
Okay,
it.
glad that's fixed. So as Professor Harmon was saying, the MET program is very similar to the MEO program, although it is ABET accredited. And we'll talk about those differences. The big difference, as you see comparing the engineering operations and the engineering technology programs, is the addition of the marine license to what you'd receive after you graduate, as well as required regimental participation. So if we take a look at the overview, both programs lead to a Bachelor of Science degree, typically 4 years beyond high school, and all of our programs are at least regionally accredited through NICHE. Both the MEO and the MET program lead to professional engineering licenses, the third assistant engineer's license, which is required, So that allows folks to operate a ship, either diesel or potentially gas turbine or steam propelled. And also, if folks choose, they can pursue a third-class stationary steam engineer's license in the state of Maine, which is the same opportunity that the power engineers would have. They'd be able to qualify for that license as well. All of the programs include 3 semesters at sea, 2 of them on the training ship that's right behind me that you see in the background, and 1 after the sophomore year on a commercial ship. And unlike a lot of traditional programs where they have a lot of classroom lectures, most of our topics are actually backed up by hands-on learning in typically very small groups and labs. Because ships are pretty complex, there's a lot of systems, we really do emphasize versatility over specialization. And here's an example of that. If you take a look at our labs, we have a computer-assisted drawing lab, which all of our students go through. We've recently added an automation lab because of the importance of automation to both marine engineers and to folks who work ashore. We have an electrical power lab, an electronics lab as well, a machine tool lab where folks actually will create bolts, create metal pieces, a power equipment lab where folks learn about lots of support systems, a refrigeration lab, steam and diesel power labs, traditional technical science labs. And these are mainly for the MET folks where they'll actually get a chance to test engineering materials, have a chance to actually heat treat metals, test materials to destruction, fabricate materials. So that's pretty cool. And thermo and fluid labs. Our biggest lab is our most mobile lab, again, that training ship behind me. We also have a welding lab. So you can see examples of some of those labs in these photos. One thing that's really important is to be comfortable overseeing systems when you're working on a ship or even in a power plant ashore. So here you see some of the simulations. We spend a lot of time preparing students in the simulators before we actually send them out to sea on their own. It's the simulators are pretty remarkable. They can simulate power plants, they can simulate mechanical systems, electrical systems, and most importantly, students have the liberty of making a mistake, operating something that might be out of specs, and if they don't take corrective action in time, the instructors can just do a reset. Something that you can't really do in life with a multi-million or potentially multi-billion-dollar plant. So great opportunity for folks to practice. Here are just a few of the places here we see in the kind of the center of the screen, the training ship. And all of these photos I took over the last few years on cruise. So here's the training ship up in northern Italy. Most of you folks will probably recognize from the gondola. This is actually Venice. This was Spain a few years ago. This was a waterfall in Iceland. This is in the Netherlands. And here's a view from the ship as it's going through the Strait of Gibraltar. That's actually the Rock of Gibraltar in the distance. And here's a Spanish cathedral actually in Seville. So lots of opportunities. That's really one of the things that drew me to Maine Maritime when I was a student, the ability to not only get an accredited degree, but to see some of the world while we were at it. I've had the opportunity during my career with the US Navy to visit about 40 countries, and I think Professor Harmon's been all over the world as well. I'd seen a little over a half dozen countries before I even graduated from MMA. So that's something a lot of my classmates who went to other colleges couldn't really say. Okay, so the MEO program, which Professor Harmon oversees, is the original program. And that's all MMA originally had, was a deck and engine program. So of course the MEO program, as the MET program does, requires participation in the regiment. And MET and MEO programs both require folks to go to sea 3 times. The first time at the end of the freshman year, where students are basically learning how to sail. So they'll be sailing, doing a lot of doing a lot of the ship's work. So the students will actually operate and maintain and stand watch on the ship behind me while we're on cruise. The freshmen are doing a lot of the routine work, and they're going to be overseen by the upperclassmen, and they get an experience so that they are comfortable going out on their own on a commercial ship at the end of their sophomore year. That's what we call a cadet shipping co-op. And finally, really a capstone, if you will, of the cruise would be at the end of the junior year. At that point, students are really expected to lead watch teams, to run that ship. So they're expected to troubleshoot, maintain, and repair the ship's equipment under supervision of faculty and licensed officers. But again, by the end of the junior cruise, the next time folks go to sea is going to be after they graduate as licensed officers in charge of their own watch. So it really is about getting folks comfortable. The MEO program has the most hands-on, and it has the least math and science requirements of our engineering and engineering technology programs. Because it has fewer math and science classes, it has many more potential electives, which allows flexibility if somebody wanted to get, say, a business minor or an environmental science minor, something that would add value to a resume. It's regionally accredited. All of our programs are through NICHE, but not ABET accredited. And graduates, because it's not ABET accredited, are not eligible to sit for the fundamentals of engineering exam to become engineers in training. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So the MET program is very similar, but it has required additional classes, and those are required for our accreditation. So there's additional calculus, technical sciences, statics, dynamics, strength of materials, an extra semester of thermodynamics. And a result of those required additional courses, that takes away some room for electives. Again, the program is internationally accredited. ABET is recognized worldwide. It is an international accreditation body. And the program does provide basic preparation for folks who want to go through that EIT Fundamentals of Engineering exam with the goal of eventually becoming licensed professional engineers. The most advanced preparation MMA provides for that path is really through our systems programs. So either the 4 or the 5-year marine systems engineering courses. Here's some potential work sites. So a number of our graduates are working on drill ships. I actually was in southern Maine over the past weekend and ran into a graduate who just graduated from the MET program in May, and he was just finishing up his first tour on a drill ship. This is behind me, or upper right, is a combined cycle power plant. And this actually uses a gas turbine engine, which is what the airline industry would call a jet engine to produce power. And just to put it by scale, you can see, I think, the person walking across at the bottom of the screen. So this is several stories high. A number of our graduates work here. A number of our engineering graduates will work at engine manufacturers. Professor Harmon actually worked for an engine manufacturer for a number of years after he had sailed. And of course, traditionally, a lot of folks will sail on ships. And you can see this is a pretty big ship carrying a lot of containers. So folks certainly need to be technically competent to work in these areas. So if we look at potential paths, we can see on the left side, our graduates would start with a 3rd assistant engineering degree, and with time and experience, they could advance through the 2nd, the 1st, and eventually become chief engineer of their own ship. On the stationary side, which again, both the MET and MEO graduates qualify for, folks could work as a 3rd-class stationary steam engineer with time and experience, work their way up to 2nd class, and finally, there is no chief engineer of shoreside plants. 1st class would be the highest license level. And the design track is really the focus of the MSc program, but graduates of an ABET accredited program are eligible to apply for this path in the state of Maine. So folks could take that exam typically at the end of the senior year, and then with time and experience could eventually take the license exam to become licensed professional engineers. Here's some typical employers. So a lot of companies, and the ones on the left generally hire more marine licensed folks, not to say that power engineers couldn't work for them, but generally they're looking for marine licensed engineers. And on the right, we see some examples of companies that tend to hire both marine and power engineering graduates from Maine Maritime Academy. A number of our faculty have served with some of these companies. I think Kate's probably adequately touched on the fact that the programs have been highly ranked for many years. I think US News and World Report just within a week or so updated their latest rankings, and we're again near the top. So if you're in high school, what can you take? And again, Kate really touched on this. If you have some advanced placement courses, those are always useful. It is really really important for engineers to be able to communicate. So doing well in English, understanding basic math and science, chemistry can be helpful. Engineers have to be familiar with software. So if you're able to use the Office suite, that's helpful. It's really important to master algebra. That is really the kind of the basic underpinning of everything that you do freshman year. And if you're kind of interested in things, how things work, perhaps engineering is a good fit for you. Again, here are the programs that we have, and you can kind of see the accreditations. ABET accreditation is really important if folks are thinking about getting a technical master's degree at some point in the future. I had no idea what I was going to do when I was 18 or 20. So I think what the ABET accreditation offers is flexibility. A lot of our graduates will sail for a few years, and it's kind of cool to work on ships, but then for a variety of reasons, folks sometimes work ashore. So having the ability to either go back to grad school or find a great job ashore it's nice to have that ABET accreditation. So kind of as a snapshot, I'm going to finish leaving this slide up, and then I'd like to introduce a couple of our current seniors, Sawyer King and John Watt. They're coming to the end of their time in the program, and I think they'd like to talk to you kind of, a little bit about them, where they've been while they were cadet shipping, and perhaps what they're thinking of doing after graduation. So Sawyer, John, could you talk to the group a bit?
John, you want to go?
Sure, I can start. Hi, everyone. My name is John Watt. I'm senior Maine Maritime Academy. I'm also the regimental commander. In my 4 years at school, I've been, as a freshman on freshman cruise, we went over to Spain, England, Norway, Estonia. So some new places over there that I'd never been. When I was cadet shipped and I was a sophomore, I was working for Crowley Maritime Services, and I shipped from Jacksonville, Florida to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Really great experience there. I mean, freshman cruise is, unlike anything I'd ever done before. I'd never been out of the country. So sailing over to Europe was totally new for me. Really enjoyed that. When I came in, I wasn't sure that I wanted to go to sea. I was kind of on the fence about it, and I decided to go with the Marine program because I liked the flexibility that the degree provided. And through my time of going out on the training ship as a freshman, doing my cadet shipping, and then going out as a junior, I've come to like it. It's a lot of fun. The work is good, and the camaraderie you build on the ship is really important. And I've learned a lot from that. And one of the things that drew me to Maine Maritime was the reputation of the school. The reputation follows everybody everywhere. You meet graduates all over the place, and not necessarily in engineering fields. They're working in fields that they never would have expected to end up in, but they had the opportunity because of the degree that they earned. So I was really attracted to that. And so that's one of the biggest reasons I chose to come here. And I'm absolutely happy with my decision. I'm looking forward to being able to finish up my next 2 semesters, get my license, and go to work and hopefully go to sea for a while. I'll turn it over to you, Sawyer.
Yeah, my name's Sawyer King. I'm from Appleton, Maine. I'm MET. I'm also a Bravo Company commander, so part of the regiment. Like John said, Just like him, I'd never really been out of the country up until cruise, and so that was really awesome to go out and see everything. I cadet shipped with McDermott. I was down in the Gulf working on a heavy lift ship. So we had 4,000 metric ton crane. So taking apart, we took apart a platform for Exxon. That was really cool. Yeah, I wanted to do MET because I wanted to have the option just to go shoreside if I found that shipping wasn't for me. Yeah, I'd do it again. And I had alumni friends that kind of brought me towards Maine Maritime. So that's how I kind of got interested. So yeah.
What are you thinking of doing after graduation, Sawyer?
Want to ship. So, but depending on if there's jobs out there, may end up shoreside.
Sounds good. So we've got a few minutes. Certainly happy to take any questions folks have either for me or for Sawyer and John. I could talk about my roommate when I went to Maine Maritime Academy. He was an MET grad as well. So he and I were both graduates of the MET program. He shipped out for a number of years. Actually met and married a lady from the Midwest and decided to move to the Midwest to be closer to her, and took a job with the Ford Motor Company in Ohio. So he got into manufacturing engineering and was helping to manufacture continuously variable transmissions for cars, did that for a number of years. And about 2008, 2009, the automotive industry slowed down. So he actually left Ford Motor Company and went to work for General Electric in their aviation division. Because one of the things that we teach at Maine Maritime are turbines. So he's starting to work on gas turbines, which are what a lot of folks call jet engines. And he's been with them for a number of years, helped set up a power plant in Italy a number of years ago, which was pretty cool. He got to live in Italy for a couple of years to help set up one of those power plants, like I showed you earlier. Then went back to General Electric, and they asked him to start to help develop and manufacture the newest generation of engines, which are actually using special type of ceramic material in place of metals. They're lighter, so they're more fuel efficient. The engines tend to last longer. So pretty cool stuff. And of course, it was a promotion for him. And they said, before you take that job, you need to learn a little bit more about those materials, because a lot's happened in the 25 years since you graduated from Maine Maritime. Because he was a graduate of an ABET accredited program, he didn't pursue a master's degree, but he was able to go to the local university in Ohio and take master's levels courses that would allow him to allowed him to understand those materials better. That's an opportunity that was open to him because he was from the MET program. So he had brought a lot of value to General Electric and the Ford Motor Company based on the industrial experience he gained shipping. Just learning to operate, troubleshoot, and maintain was very helpful. Opened up a lot of doors for him. Were there any questions from the audience, Kate?
Yes, actually, I was going to let you know we've had a number of pre-submitted questions about the program, and it sounded like I was trying to check them off as you were covering them. But one of them that I did want to ask, and maybe I should throw it out to Sawyer and John in terms of your initial perspective, but what is living on a boat like?
Living on a boat, it's
Yeah, on the spot.
it's really fun. Like John said, you get really close with all your friends really fast. You learn a lot about patience, right? You can't escape, which is part of it. But yeah, it's really fun. I've had a really good time on the training ship, cadet shipping. Yeah, but you learn patience and how to work with people.
So yeah, John, one thing I didn't really talk about, perhaps you could, what was the typical rotation for the companies you cadet shipped with? You want people to get the misunderstanding that folks are going to spend their whole lives at sea.
Yeah, no, I did. We for my company, we did 6 weeks on, 6 weeks off. I did 12 hours on, 12 hours off when I was on the ship, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, for Crowley, the particular ship I was on, the crew did 50-day rotations. So they were 50 on, 50 off, which I thought was a pretty good number. I was there for 2 months. So I was there for 60 days. I stayed a total of 62 days, but so I got to see both, both sets of crews basically, and meet all the crew on both rotations, which was really neat. And generally I worked about 12 hours a day. Sometimes I'd work more, sometimes I'd work a little less, depending on what the first engineer, told me to do, because it was up to him how much I worked.
And I suspect the junior engineering officers on those ships were fairly well compensated for 6 months' work.
Yeah, they weren't hurting.
Yeah, they were not, no, the guys were all, satisfied with their job, and they liked where they were. And that, I mean, the hardest thing I think that I remember them talking about with the particular run that I was doing was, it was kind of boring, is what they would say. Because it was, back and forth. You were in Jacksonville on Friday and you were in San Juan Monday, and you just went back and forth. And where that particular area we were in, there wasn't really any traffic. There wasn't really anything to see. It was pretty quiet. But that was just what they thought. I liked it when I was there. I wasn't there during hurricane season. Fortunately, I got out before the hurricanes came in, so I missed all that. Not upset about that, but I liked it.
Yeah, one of the things I always enjoyed about ships is the morning commute was pretty easy. You got up, you typically either have a shower in your room or nearby, and then you've got to walk less than 100 feet to work. So that's pretty convenient. You've got a place to stay. You don't have to worry about traffic, and when you're off, you're off. I mean, you're leaving the ship and you're free to travel, pursue whatever your hobbies are. Travel, hunt. Really, I think an education at Maine Maritime offers somebody a really lucrative career, something that's incredibly attractive, I think, for folks to right out in the gate find meaningful employment that I think is rewarding, and are able to, if they have college debt, to pay that off pretty quickly. I think all of my classmates were able to pay down any debt they accumulated very quickly. So you hear the talk of massive amounts of college debt following people for decades. That's not the case for a Maine maritime engineer.
That's great to mention again, Professor Stewart, that return on investment is a real highlight of what we have to offer here at Maine Maritime Academy. So I'm glad you brought it up again. So again, I just wanted to remind those that are watching, feel free to throw any questions in the chat. And we only have about 2 minutes left. So if there's anything that you want to get out before we turn it to marine transportation. But again, I'm going to be available. You can always email us in admissions and we can connect you with one of the professors that you had heard today. So don't feel like this is the last time that you'll be able to hear from them. And we'll be able to make sure that we can get you connected. It looks like a question had just come through about the costs and the summer program. I'm not sure you guys might be privy to those, but we do have a cost and budget worksheet. We have a whole financial aid session at the end, and we can cover some of that. It is incorporated in the total cost of what the program would cost, so we don't surprise you later on down the way with a separate bill. It's incorporated into the total program that we offer here, because it is a required portion to gain that license.
I think that's pretty important, Kate. I mean, no 4-year education is inexpensive these days. And again, I think it does come back to that return on investment. And I'm a ship guy. I spent 22 years in the Navy, most of that at sea. And one of the things I really liked was, if you're operating a ship, you think it might be kind of routine, just sailing around, but I served on a number of even older ships, and you never knew what was going to happen that day because something wouldn't work as designed. Ships are pretty complex systems, and then you'd have the challenge of figuring out why that was and troubleshooting, that complex system and repairing it. And I always found that mental challenge was pretty cool.
a great point in terms of keeping your brain active throughout your career path. And you explained it very well in terms of the opportunities of going seaside and shoreside and what that allows. I know that Sawyer King and John Watt are going to have an incredible future ahead upon graduation. They've got the last few months here to get all the knowledge they can so they can go be a leader in that industry and fulfill that mission statement that we've worked so hard to make sure that they can be successful in whatever they pursue. But it is 3 o'clock, so I'm going to ask you to stop sharing your screen so that we can turn it over. I'm going to do this really quickly. And so if you are staying on the main stage, we are doing marine transportation here on the main stage. And if you are wanting to hear about athletics, stage 2 will have athletics. And marine transportation will be here on the main stage. So as people are switching around, so all the sessions will be recorded. You will have a chance to catch up on what you missed. So definitely stay for the one that you feel most passionate about right now. You can always catch up on the next one. And in just a few seconds here, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Dan Parrott in our Marine Transportation Department. So Captain Parrott, I'm going to turn it over to you here.
Thank you, Kate. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to everyone joining us today. So glad that you've taken an interest in Maine Maritime Academy. And let me get my screen up. Give me a moment here. And we will get rolling. And okay. How's that looking to you, Kate?
It's looking good. Yep.
Okay. So again, folks, thank you so much for joining us today. And I'm really pleased that you're interested in Maine Maritime Academy. We've got excellent programs. We're world known. I've traveled around the world, conferences, and people ask where I teach. I say Maine Maritime, and they say, oh, of course, Maine Maritime. So we have quite a great reputation all around the world. So I'm the department chair of the Marine Transportation Program Department, and I've spent 21 years at sea on all kinds of vessels all over the world. And then I came to Maine Maritime 18 years ago, where I've been teaching ever since. And I'd like to walk you through some of the variables of our programs. We have a few different choices in my department. And then we have a student joining us, Evan Kowalski, and we'll get to hear his take on his experience here. So we've got a few different degree options. 2 of them are 4 years. We also have an associate's program that's 2 years. The 2 4-year choices are Marine Transportation Operations, and that leads to a third mate unlimited license, and I'll go into some detail as to what that means. We also have Vessel Operations and Technology, which is a 4-year program as well. Both of these programs lead to bachelor's degrees. And the Vessel Operations and Technology focuses on limited tonnage vessels, and you'll get a sense of what that means in a few minutes here. We also offer a 2-year associate's degree, and that leads to we call that the SVO, the Small Vessel Operations Program, and that leads to a 200-ton license. But let's go look at some more things about licenses. Okay. And one of the things I want to say about having a U.S. Coast Guard license is that it's yours and it's portable, and you can take it into all different kinds of fields. The great thing about this career is there's so many different dimensions to it, so many different types of vessels doing different things in different places. But the Marine Transportation Operations Program leads to an unlimited third mate license for oceans. And with that license, you can upgrade to a second mate just on sea time without taking another test. The third mate is an entry-level deck officer. And so when we talk about marine transportation, we're talking about what's informally known as the deck department. as opposed to the engineering department. We just heard from them. The Vessel Operations and Technology program has two possible license outcomes, the 500-ton mate and a 1,600-ton mate. And which one a student is eligible for will depend on the sea time that they accrue while they're matriculating through Maine Maritime Academy. And then the third one is the small vessel operations, which leads to a 200-ton mate. Some people may wonder, well, why would you go for a limited tonnage license when an unlimited tonnage license is available? And the truth is, if you have the third mate, you can work on any vessel. The one reason that students choose the limited tonnage is the type of work that those vessels do interests them. And in those programs, there are some courses that are kind of unique to working on limited tonnage vessels. Limited tonnage vessels have smaller crews, so the officers on those vessels often need to be acquainted with marine systems and diesel engines. So there's a little more focus on that. All of our programs, well, all of our four-year programs can lead to a minor. I've had many students who've taken a business minor. That sort of thing needs to be planned early on in your career, but that's an option. The two-year program, you really can't get a minor in, you're just not here long enough to do that. So one of the big things about the deck department is we're navigators. So we're up in the wheelhouse or the bridge, directing the movements of the ship. So many of the courses have to do with navigation one way or another. Terrestrial navigation, meaning coastwise and sight of land usually. Celestial navigation is still a requirement. And yeah, and it's still part of the Coast Guard test. We have electronic navigation as well, using electronic charts, radar, and that type of navigation. Since you have to be proficient in navigation no matter what size vessel it is, those courses are taken in common with all of these programs. So everybody has to be proficient at navigation no matter what size vessel you're on. As you may have heard, a lot of our programs, a lot of our courses come with labs, which students tend to really enjoy. And in my department, some of those labs involve going out on boats on Penobscot Bay and learning how to navigate, applying navigation skills. We have a bridge simulator, which students spend time in. We have small diesels labs, marine systems labs. We have a ship handling course, and students go out and actually drive different boats, a tugboat. We have a schooner. We have a lot of boats. So if you like boats, Maine Maritime is the place. Let's see what we have next. So the licensing construct is kind of complicated, or it appears complicated at first. There's a fair amount of jargon, but the way the U.S. Coast Guard breaks down licenses is as follows: inland licenses, near coastal licenses, and oceans. Also tonnage, as we've heard, there are different tonnage cutoffs, and most vessels have engines, of course, but we also have students who go into sail, and we call it auxiliary sail because sailing vessels generally have engines as well. The Coast Guard is our regulatory body, and once you are a licensed officer, you will be working with the Coast Guard for the rest of your career, one way or another. We also interact with the Federal Communications Commission because the deck officers are the ones who are in charge of the communications equipment on board a vessel. And all the programs worldwide are governed by the International Maritime Organization. So they set international standards that then the Coast Guard applies here in the United States. So a look into some of our programs here. A typical academic year is 2 semesters, 14 weeks of class, followed by 1 week of final exams. If you're in the Marine Transportation Operations major, you have 2 cruises on our training ship, the State of Maine, and then 1 summer you go cadet shipping. So we can see here, and in these days, at 70 days for freshman crews, 70 days for junior crews, sometimes those days, those tallies change a little bit depending on how we're fitting the cruises into our summer, but that's the basic idea. You go out freshman year, and our training ship historically has gone to some pretty exotic places. COVID has kept us closer to home recently, but we expect to be resuming our past patterns, which should take us down to the Caribbean, over to Europe, and some pretty spectacular places. After the sophomore year, students go cadet shipping. So they go on a real commercial ship, and they're mentored by the officers there, and they watch the business of shipping on a real vessel, and they get involved with the operation. And Evan can tell us a bit about that in a few minutes here. And then after junior year, there's another training cruise on the state of Maine. And at that point, the upperclassmen are really starting to run the show. The freshmen are under their direction. And so whether it's doing maintenance aboard or running an underway watch, the juniors have an important role to play there. They're really getting tuned up for the real thing, because after graduation, they will be officers and they will be expected to run their own watch. On the VOT side, vessel operations and technology, we have 3 summer co-ops, and the students go into industry, and they have the opportunity to try different types of vessels. So they might be on a tugboat one year, maybe a ferry another year, possibly a sail training ship another year. And then after their junior year, there's a 2-week cruise on our schooner Bowden. And if you haven't seen pictures of her, I will show you one before we're done. I'll say also that all of our programs can lead to certain special endorsements. So there's an endorsement in towing. We have a tugboat, and we have a special class called tug and barge operations. So if students anticipate wanting to go into that field, they can get an endorsement that will allow them to work on do that kind of specialized work. Also a sail endorsement if students are interested in that kind of thing. All of our programs involve some math and some physics, not as much as in engineering. All of our programs involve general education requirements, so humanities and composition. Navigation and cargo operations are very important. That's your daily work, but you'd be surprised how important it is to be able to communicate effectively in writing and in the spoken word. Officers direct other people. They have to be able to do that clearly. They have to be able to communicate with the home office clearly. So we do place some emphasis on these general education requirements. That's what equips you for your career, along with the specialized courses that we have for vessel operations. And if you're in the 2-year SVO program, there's just 1 summer co-op, and the minimum is 60 days, 60 calendar days for working with an employer. But we always recommend that students stay out there as long as possible and get as many CAs as possible so that they can be eligible for their licenses. I should also say that none of these programs just give you a license. You do have to sit U.S. Coast Guard exams. They are our governing agency, and they're the third party. Those exams are set by them. So everyone graduating from our programs has to sit those exams to get their license. So let's look at a few pictures of boats. In the upper left, we have what's called an articulated tug barge unit. So this is actually a limited tonnage vessel, and it's a tugboat that mates with a barge, and these things can run up to 600 feet. They are really ships in their own way, but the tug can be disengaged from the barge and move to a different job if necessary. On the lower right, we have an offshore supply vessel, and these are specially designed to run crew and cargo equipment out to drill rigs, and they operate in the Gulf of Mexico, up in Alaska, all over the world. Our students work on these. And so that's actually a limited tonnage vessel also. So these are unlimited vessels. Okay, these are ships. In the upper left, we have a tanker. A lot of our students go to work on tankers. In the lower right, we have a bulk carrier. So that could be carrying grain or ore, some sort of dry cargo. And tankers are generally petroleum, but it can be chemical tankers and other sorts of cargoes. So here we've got a mixture of things. We've got a drill ship on the upper left. So these vessels hover over a drill rig and extract petroleum or natural gas from the bottom. The upper right, I included this picture more recently because this is a ship that's designed to service wind turbines. And you don't have to pay much attention to the news to realize that this is a growing industry. It's happening already here on the East Coast, and we expect that to be a major employer for years to come. And on the bottom, we see a container ship. So these tend to be faster vessels running at 20, 22 knots, maybe 24 knots. That's pretty fast for a ship, running regular routes across the Atlantic, across the Pacific, you name it. Here are some other possibilities. We have students who go into professionally crewed yachts. We have students who go into sail training in the lower right. And then we have small cargo vessels that run up to Alaska, usually out of Seattle. Seattle's kind of a major supply point for all kinds of things that go on in Alaska. So bringing cargo to really remote places. And our students go out on these types of boats on their summer experiences. All these ships that you're looking at are the places our students end up working in the summers. In the upper left here, we have what's called a ship assist tug. So the ships are so big these days that they don't dock themselves. And so coming into a major port, there might be 2 or 3 of these ship assist tugs to help the vessel dock and undock. On the lower right, got a picture of a ferry. This is a Washington State ferry. They've got a very large ferry system there, but we've got ferries all over the country. And some students like to go there. It allows them to kind of live close to home and maybe have a rotation that has them home a little more often. All these jobs involve some sort of a rotation, time on the ship and time off. And when you're on a ship, small or large, you're working pretty hard. You're on call 24 hours a day, but when you're off, you are off. And that appeals to a lot of people. Some other possibilities, we have cruise ships that run all over the world. And the one on the lower right is what we call a kind of a pocket cruise ship. These tend to be smaller ones that take passengers to exotic places. And then this last picture here is our waterfront. This is Maine Maritime's waterfront. And I really hope that you get to see this. But in the background, you can see the state of Maine. She's 500 feet long. And that's the vessel that our MTO, Marine Trans students, cruise on freshman year and junior year. In the foreground, we have the schooner Bowdoin. And this vessel is used for training cruises for the limited tonnage students. But we also use it for ship handling. There's a schooner crew club, and you can join and go out on weekends and afternoon sails. And the Bowdoin just is turning 100 years old this year and just underwent a comprehensive refit. So she's good for many more years to come. In the kind of on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see back there, that's our tugboat, the Pentagoet. And so that's used for ship handling classes, labs. It's also used for the tug barge course. Workboat operations. And then, as you can see, we've got a sailing fleet. There are courses that students can take if they're interested in sailing, basic sailing, intermediate sailing. We have a sailing team that's very active and also been quite successful in competitions. And as you've probably heard, I mean, Maine Maritime is unparalleled when it comes to job placement. And all of our students find jobs within a pretty short amount of time, hopefully almost always in a field that interests them, that they've been following and training for. And we know that they do very well in the workplace as far as compensation goes. And that was my last slide, but I'm very happy to take questions. Or Evan, I think people would like to hear from you, what you've done with your cadet shipping experience and what you've seen on cruises and where you hope to go with your career.
Sure.
But I can take questions too.
I was just about to ask if Kate had any of the questions from the audience.
I do have some questions, but Evan, why don't you introduce yourself,
Yeah.
what your background is and what, as Captain Parrott said, what you hope to gain from this education, and then I'll throw some questions at you guys.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Evan Kowalski. I am actually a freshman this year in the MTO program. We've kind of jumped into it, but it's been a really good time so far. Through RPT, starting all of these classes, the fundamental courses, engineering fundamentals, nautical science, everything like that. It's been a blast. Kind of a whirlwind so far, but I'm in the MTO program hoping to get that unlimited license because I'm not quite sure what kind of ship I'd like to crew on it in the future. Getting that unlimited license opens up a lot of doors, so I'll have plenty of options for a job once I graduate.
Evan, can you talk a little bit about your NS 101 lab? So that's NS 101, Introduction to Nautical Science, is an introductory course that all of our licensed students take, and it has a lab, and this would be one of Evan's, first hands-on experiences.
Absolutely, sir. My only experience with ships and boats, things of that nature before this were as a passenger, really. But so far, we've spent a couple nights on the state of Maine, and that nautical science lab that we do, we actually go out, we row monomoys. We each take turns rowing, and one person at the fore of the boat calling directions to everybody, calling cadences, and getting everybody to row, dock, do different kinds of maneuvers. It's a really cool, very unique hands-on experience that I wasn't quite expecting, not right off the bat, first year.
I just want to jump in for a second. I think that's really important to highlight is the fact that you're starting in these courses that you want to be in and that you love to be in and that are hands-on first semester freshman year. We're not going to put you through a year or even 2 years of classes just to get to the core classes that you really enjoy. You're going to be diving into these hands-on classes first semester, first week freshman year, really. We're gonna get you out there. Yeah.
And Evan, you've been doing firefighting class and ocean survival, correct?
Yes, sir. Again, those two are a little bit less hands-on. Ocean survival is a lab, and almost every day of it, we do some kind of survival training in water. But I haven't gotten to the firefighting labs yet, but a lot of this is super interactive, super informative. You get to put hands on the equipment that you'll be using. You're actually going through the motions of these vital parts of the shipping career. And yeah, I think we just finished our 5th week of classes, and already I've learned so much more than 5 weeks of anywhere else.
That's pretty cool. We have probably 5 to 7 minutes left, so I just want to be cognizant of the time. But there was an interesting question that had come through in the pre-submitted questions. I'm just curious how you guys are going to answer it. What makes a student at MMA different? We have such different programs. We have such a unique licensing program. What makes our students a little bit different? Is that a question that I can put on you, put on the spot there, Captain Parrott?
Oh, sure. And I'd be interested if Evan wants to pitch in on that. I could say a lot of things in response to that. All of our programs have a practical component to them. Students they're acquainted with the industry that they're going into. So very focused. All of our programs tend to be very focused on real world careers. And even as a freshman, students can see that coming into focus. We have a lot of contacts with industry, and all of our programs do. And our co-ops, I think, set us apart from other types of training or education, that every summer students are out doing something practical. That's one thing.
Sure. From my experience, I'm in a different situation than most of you, I'm guessing, would be in. I'm actually 27 years old. I'm a non-traditional student, but I'm finishing up 6 years in the Marine Corps. And it's really taken me aback how driven and disciplined and smart the other 18 and 19-year-old students are. There aren't very many people who are here that don't want to be here. Something about this place just brings out the best in young adults. It's very impressive to me.
That's good.
It's
I guess
true.
another thing I'd say is that problem solving is a big part of these careers. And so from an early stage, students learn how to problem solve, and also leadership is a very important component of what we give. And so Evan doing this lab out in the boats rowing, they take turns directing the movements of that vessel. So that's a leadership role that they're thrust into almost immediately upon getting here, and it gets reinforced again and again as they pass through.
Before we go, I do want to throw one more question at you or your way. If a student is deciding between going the limited license route, that vessel operations and technology major, or the unlimited route, that marine transportation operations major, which one should they start in initially? If they're still weighing the options, still not sure, which one should they start with? If they know they want the license, they just don't know what size.
Yeah, well, I guess, if you start in the unlimited program, you can switch to the limited one. Sometimes after students have been here a little while, they become acquainted with these other options that hadn't occurred to them, such as tugboats, towing, other types of things. But I really think it's best to start in the major that you want to be in, really, and not have to switch. So, and that's what this open house is partly about, is educating students that we do have different programs, and you should think about, which one appeals to you most. We offer different programs because students do have different interests, and they're both excellent programs for what they each do.
If I could piggyback off Captain Parrott there, my recommendation as a freshman student would be, if you were looking at a deck license, to go MTO first and keep VOT in mind. But a lot of these classes transfer over, or they do count towards graduation credits, and it will build knowledge that you'll need even as a VOT if you do decide to drop out of MTO and go VOT. A lot of it will count towards that VOT licensure. But if you're completely undecided and you don't have your heart set on a size of vessel or a type of vessel, then it makes sense to me to go in looking at that unlimited license. Keep your range of options wide open.
That's
I would say in general, probably 3/4 of the courses are the same for limited and unlimited, because as I said, navigation is the same no matter what size vessel. You need to know where you are.
Yes, it's true. And so if you have further questions as to which program's right for you, which vessels fall into which categories, get in touch with us in admissions. We can always connect you with Captain Parrott or somebody else from the Marine Transportation Program, or even a student, as to how their decision was made. And so don't be shy. We're here to help you through that process, and don't let the decision as to which major to apply to deter an early application. So we can always work with you after we've decided as to which program is the best choice for you. So don't worry on any of that right now. And if you do join us on campus on the 3rd, you'll be able to meet Evan in person. So you can see what he looks like without his camera on, or with his in person. During that MMA campus experience session. So that's just something to think about. If you're able to get here, you can talk to him about what it's like to be a non-traditional student, what it's like to be in the regiment and in that unlimited licensing program. So I'm going to ask you, Captain Parrott, to unshare your screen as we
Sure.
transition over to the systems engineering program. But thank you both for joining us on this Saturday afternoon and expressing what the transportation program is all about.
Absolutely. Folks, thank you for joining us, and we love to see you on campus as soon as possible. Take care now.
All right, I'm going to just share my screen here really quickly. And just as we transition over. You are going to be looking at systems engineering here on the main stage. So if you want to hear about our systems engineering program, the 2 opportunities to gain a license or in the naval architecture track, one of the most versatile engineering programs in the nation, stay on. But on the stage 2 is our career services session. The Director of Career Services talk about the opportunities for summer opportunities. And so right here on the main stage is systems engineering. So if you're just logging in, you've come to the right place, you're in systems. If you're looking for career services, go back to that main open house webpage and you can find the career services session as to what life would be like after graduation and through your time here. And so I'm going to stop my share and turn it over to Professor Wilkowski, who is the chair of our systems and engineering program, to talk about what's for your future here. And if you're just joining us, just remember that you can interact with us through the question and answer and the chat function. We won't be able to see you, but you can interact with us. So ask questions. We've got some folks in the background monitoring those as they come through. It's all you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Greetings. Welcome, prospective students, their parents. I'm Professor Paul Vlodkovsky, chair of the Harold Alphon School of Engineering, and I'm delighted to talk to you about our Marine Systems Engineering program. So by way of introduction, my technical expertise is in materials and reliability engineering. This is my 19th year on the faculty at MMA. Prior to that, I honed those skills 12 years with several companies developing technology for the US Navy. I've got 3 objectives today to, first of all, introduce you to the Marine Systems Engineering program, to answer your questions about the engineering profession in general, and hopefully, in answering your questions, to convince you to seriously consider Maine Maritime Academy as your top choice for college. Let's begin with the fundamentals. What exactly is engineering? Many people associate it directly with an engine, and that's a logical connection, but it's broader than that. Its history is ancient. Its calling is noble. To be an engineer, it stems from actually the Latin word ingenium, from which ingenuity comes from. And at its core, engineering is a systematic application of, first and foremost, common sense, science and technology, the language of mathematics, and the utilization of the liberal arts, the ability to communicate effectively. For what purpose? To solve practical problems, often that are poorly defined. And when often you don't have enough knowledge, time, or money to find that perfect solution. Many people associate engineering with science or scientists. And while admittedly there are many commonalities, engineering as a profession is often, you could say, closer related to a field like medicine for the various reasons that I've placed there. Solving practical problems when there is not enough knowledge, time, or money to find that perfect solution. You had heard prior from my colleagues, Professors Harmon and Stewart, who had spoken about the engineering operations and the engineering technology programs. So I'm here to talk to you about MMA's Marine Systems Engineering program. And in fact, I'm going to just use the term engineering because this is MMA's accredited engineering program. To understand kind of the fine points between engineering, of which systems is a part of, to engineering, technology, and operations, you see this chart before you. So in terms of that first row, you can see right away that most of the engineering classes in our systems program are calculus-based, where those in technology are algebra trig-based, and operations, one could say, just fundamentally algebra-based. In engineering and systems, our curriculum emphasizes design, research, and development, whereas a traditional technology program, both at MMA or elsewhere, emphasizes operations, test, and manufacturing. Operations emphasizes operations and, first and foremost, hands-on competency. In terms of academic degrees, most faculty in our program, in the systems program, have the terminal or PhD degree with industrial experience. We have also, and our students have, great opportunity for pursuing graduate programs, as most engineering programs across the country and the world require an engineering degree. And I think really kind of at its core, what makes us systems or an engineering program different than one in technology or operations is we train our students to solve new or unusual types of problems. Whereas in technology, as you see, the emphasis is on solving new variations of previously solved problems. And in operations, the focus is on operating and maintaining engineering equipment. Well, the reason for that, the reasons for those differences between engineering, technology, and operations is largely defined, if you will, by math, or the level of math. And what you see here is a graphic put out by the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, with whom we share a lot in common in terms of the curriculum, but we offer much more than mechanical engineering in terms of our ship-based systems, our naval architecture offerings, and so forth. But if you look at the dial from less math to most math, you can see that the engineering technology programs fall on the right-hand side of the chart. So what type of careers await? Distribution and sales, service, maintenance, production, manufacturing, routine design, up to and including test and evaluation. Now, if you're a graduate of our systems program, you can start at routine design and then move into test and evaluation, development, complex design, analysis, and all the way through to research. Does that mean that if you have a systems degree, you're pigeonholed just in that side of the spectrum? Absolutely not. You have that versatility to be extremely effective in also sales, in many operations, production, and manufacturing of facilities as well. My colleagues had spoken earlier about the various types of accreditations. So I've put together this little graphic for you to understand. So in terms of regional accreditation, all of our programs as being part of MMA check that box. So MSE, MET, MEO, PET, and PEO. Or as we talked about earlier, the division between the marine and the power side of engineering. But MMA has one accredited program at the engineering level, and that is Marine Systems Engineering. Whereas you see there are two programs, MET and PET, which were addressed earlier, that are accredited at the technology level. Okay. The history of this is kind of interesting at MMA. The institution was founded in 1941 by an act of the Maine legislature in response to the need to train qualified engineers and deck officers during the Second World War. And to a large extent, the original, if you will, DNA of the engineering program still exists in our current MEO that Professor Harmon had spoken about earlier. Now, as MMA evolved and as the programs diversified, namely in the 1980s, Professor Stewart spoke about the technology programs, MET and PET. But in the early 1990s, there was a vision to create here on this Castine campus an engineering program whose graduates could compete with the best and the brightest anywhere. And under beginnings, which sort of read a little bit like a spy novel, it was called Track 3. Very secret, whereas the top students were given these specialized courses at the highest level of math and physics. And over time, as the graduates went through the program, the faculty applied for accreditation at ABET at the EAC level. And in 1996, we attained that level of accreditation and have held it ever since. So if we look at the distinctions here and what you had heard earlier in terms of marine and power, systems is the top left block. Now, there is the license track, which is 5 years, and a 4-year non-licensed track, okay? So just like MET and MEO, the 5-year Marine Systems Engineering program, the students attain the United States Coast Guard Third Assistant Engineer license, unlimited. Same as MET and MEO. But in addition, they have an accredited engineering program at that highest level. That's what the 5-year program gives you, as well as a pathway into the professional licensure as an engineer. The 4-year program is a non-Coast Guard license program, but yet its curriculum is the same in terms of its accreditation. So it's a 4-year program without the Coast Guard license. So that fundamentally is a big decision for prospective students, whether or not the Coast Guard license is something that they want to pursue while here. And my colleagues had spoken earlier about technology and operations, as well as the power programs as well. Some more differences. So if you look at operations, operating engineers, this was already addressed earlier, the progression from third assistant engineer to second to first to chief engineer on the marine side. For stationary power plants, third to second to first class. Now, keep in mind that the 5-year systems program also enables the pathway to chief engineer, but both the 5 and the 4 allow for this track in professional licensure as an engineer. Participation in the Regiment of Midshipmen is required in 4 out of the 5 years in the MSE 5-year license program. And here you can see the breakdown by year. So freshman cruise, 2nd year, cadet followed by cadet shipping, 3rd year junior cruise, 4th year, the license is U.S. Coast Guard exam is taken. Upon that time, regimental responsibilities are completed. Students return after completing an industrial shoreside co-op and then their capstone in their 5th year. In the MSc 4-year track, you see no cruises that involved there, but yet an additional co-op, one after the 2nd year, industrial shoreside, and one after the 3rd year. And as I said, both lead to licensure as professional engineering. What sets apart our program? There's more marine engineering than the great majority of naval architecture and marine engineering programs across the United States, while still having similar theoretical and design classes. I think this is very important, and it's really one of the strengths of Maine Maritime Academy, this alloy of sorts between the practical hands-on and the theoretical that you get here. So with that, more hands-on work in welding, machine tool, the working waterfront, the training ship, our floating laboratory, diesel and steam labs, to name a few. A little profile of Marine Systems Engineering program. As I had alluded to earlier, national accreditation at the engineering highest level, EAC of ABET. We're not the biggest program at MMA. We're not the smallest either, about 7% of the student population. But we do have the distinction historically as having a cohort of students having some of the highest SAT scores, coming in with many AP courses, calculus, and physics. There's training, there's global travel on the freshman cruise, as some of my colleagues had mentioned earlier, as well as being ranked by US News World Report and numerous other external sources as a best undergraduate engineering program. There are ample, I would characterize it as undergraduate research and development opportunities. Yes, while as students, we have a very active industrial advisory committee. Many of our alumni are involved with local, national, and international companies that keep in touch with our programs, with our department. And that often lends itself to some pretty exciting R&D opportunities through the Capstone project, which I will mention here shortly. I can also say that students in our Marine Systems Engineering program are routinely accepted at the nation's top graduate schools of engineering. This is something we're very proud of. And in terms of careers for our students, there's no engineering program, certainly at MMA, and I would say in the state of Maine regionally, and against any similar type program in the country, that has that versatility of degrees and pathways, be it in engineering design, research and development, the merchant marine, graduate school, the military, starting salaries, as a range, and that's many of just shoreside. I mean, that factor can be multiplied by, by 2 or 3 if you start considering just the merchant marine lucrative offers that are available with the Coast Guard license. And it's certainly not a desk job unless you want it to be. We attract the best and the brightest students, and as a result, there are merit scholarships that are available that you can certainly talk to the financial aid folks later about, as well as opportunities for our students to be employed as research assistants and teaching assistants, a valuable experience in their undergraduate years. Well, It's our floating laboratory that travels all over the world. We're one of the founding members, institutions of what's known as the International Association of Maritime Universities. And this really is, while we're a small school here in this beautiful town on the coast of Maine, our connections are global. Research and development is very much a part of what many of our faculty are involved with, solving practical problems like reducing emissions from diesel engines. As shown here, one of our, this is known as the Marine Engine Testing and Evaluation Laboratory, or METL, on the MMA waterfront. Testing the next generation of marine lubricating oils, developing alternative fuel technologies to reduce emissions, biomass, collaboration with other institutions, as well as employing novel solid state thermoelectric materials for a hybrid type drive systems that you see here, capturing the waste heat from a diesel generator and converting it into electricity. These are some of the projects that our students have done and are ongoing with faculty involvement. Autonomous technology. As many of you are aware, the push for driverless cars, autonomous vessel technology is the future of the marine industry as well. And we have a number of efforts underway in that area of cutting edge technology. We are also redesigning Maine's iconic lobster boat. Took on a challenge there through naval architecture efforts. And even going back to 2011, have demonstrated a 25% drag reduction in the range of 12 to 18 knots, which bodes well for the lobstermen, for all environmental awareness and issues, and it's just fascinating technology. There's another view in a tow tank of the redesigned vessel. That, Kate, kind of wraps up my formal presentation here. I know we have a student that I think it's Sarah Stendardo will be giving a perspective of what it's like to be a marine systems engineering student. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen.
Hello, I'm going to introduce myself. I am Sarah Stendardo. I'm actually one of the international students at MMA. I am from Italy. This is my third year now. I am in the 5-year licensed systems program. I really like it. It is definitely, as Professor Volkowski said, one of the more challenging programs on campus, but it's well worth it once you graduate. And I saw there's already a question, and it's about what are the academic math requirements to participate in the MSE program? And I don't know if you guys want me to answer it or.
Yeah, that'd be great if you know it. Otherwise, I can help you along.
I mean, I would
with
say I'm not I mean, when I got here, it was already 3 years ago, so I don't really remember, but I think it was just, I took AP Calc before coming here, but I know that you take Calc 1, so I'm guessing pre-calc is one of the, but probably Kate, you should say that. I'm sure you know that better.
Yeah, and Professor Wilkowski as the one that's teaching them in the classroom too, but we're definitely, those students that are interested in the systems program will definitely have had physics on their transcript, most definitely have had calculus at the high school level, if not honors calculus or an AP calculus, if not even both AP calculuses, A, B, and B, C. So those are the students that have the strongest math foundation because the system students start in calculus. We don't even have a pre-calculus class for them to start in. So I hope I got everything there, Professor Wilkowski.
That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And-
actually, this sort of brings up a point. While the 5-year program, is designed to be nominally completed in 5 years, a number of students who come in, like Ms. Stendardo, with some of those extra credits on the AP, have been able to complete the program in an earlier time period. So I'm not suggesting people need to rush through the program, but these are some of the things to consider.
If I could throw a question out at you, and you covered the variety of opportunities our students have. If you could talk about a couple of examples in terms of students that have used this systems degree to go off and do things that may or may not even be engineering related upon graduation, but they just have such an encompassing foundation that they can do anything.
Thank you, Kate, for that question. Quite a few actually find or discover that engineering and the type of analytical framework that it provides is a springboard to so many fields. I think of one former student of mine, originally from Canada. She completed our 4-year marine systems engineering program, developed a fascination with naval architecture, fluid mechanics, and essentially matriculated from MMA to Columbia University, where she's now a leading cancer researcher at Mount Sinai Hospital. And in the course of my many conversations with her, she conveyed or just validated the fact that, once you understand the underlying, the engineering and naval architecture, it's fluid dynamics. Well, in cancer research, it's also fluids delivering medicines, but albeit at a very, very small volumes, but the principles remain the same. And many have found, and there are others who have become medical doctors, surgeons, patent lawyers, entrepreneurs. This truly, I think, is a testament to what the program can provide.
Yes, you can do anything, really.
Absolutely.
There's no limits on what your degree can hold. There was one question particularly for you, Sarah, in terms of the kind of how many boats have you been on, what you're looking at to do with this degree, and are you looking to pursue a career path out at sea and explore other vessels?
Well, actually, that is kind of a sad question because, as Professor Wilkowski said, after the 2nd year, you're supposed to cadet ship. But because of everything that's going on, a lot of people didn't get to go out this summer, and I was one of them. But so far, I've only been on the training ship State of Maine, which was an awesome experience. Yeah, you learn a lot, and whatever you learn in all like the classes you have first semester, you just actually get to see in the engine room when you're out at sea. But so my plan for future vessels is definitely cadetship this coming summer, and then I'm gonna be graduating early, actually, like Professor Wilkowski said. I'm graduating in 4.5 years, or that's my plan. And after that, I'm thinking of I don't want to be out in the ocean forever, but I definitely want to try it once I graduate. And that is also why I am in systems, because of all the shoreside opportunities you have after graduation too. And so I'm gonna try and ship out for a couple or a few years. If I like it, definitely stay there. But if not, I would love to be. I love ships, but I don't want to be out away from everybody. So I would love to be like a port engineer, or maybe just completely different, something different, go away from ships and just work in, I don't know. I know I don't want to be in a power plant. I just want to be more in the design world.
Well, that you will have incredible future ahead. We know that. But it is 4 o'clock, so we're going to have to wrap up this system session. But if any of our viewers have future questions, reach out to us in admissions. They can connect you with Professor Wachowski or anybody else in that systems program, and they would be happy to continue this conversation. And we do have some more engineering opportunities later in the month for getting to know our alumni, faculty, and students. So I'm going to share my screen again really quickly here. Hopefully it goes smoothly. But coming up next on this main stage, you're going to be seeing ocean studies, and we've got a powerhouse of instructors here to talk about all things ocean studies. On stage 2 is the Regiment of Midshipmen. And so you've just heard 3 different sessions. All of those students would have opportunities to be in the regiment. And some are required to be in the regiment, depending on the major. And so you can hit the regimental session on stage 2 and hear from Captain Cashman. But coming up right now is ocean studies here on this main stage. So I'm going to stop my share and turn it over to the department chair of our ocean studies program, Professor Mullen, to take it from here.
Great, thanks, Kate. And I think all of the ocean studies faculty and our students, Jenny and Olivia, if you can share your videos too, we can introduce ourselves. Well, I'll share my my PowerPoint. I'll get that up, and then we'll start from there. So thank you. Hopefully all of you who are viewing are interested in ocean studies.
Professor Mullen's getting that loaded, just as a reminder, if you're just tuning in, we can interact with you through the chat and the question and answer session or section. So we can't see you, you can't have your video on, but we can interact through the question session. So do use that.
And then Kate, would you like us to hang out for like a couple minutes here before we start?
No, go for it. You can dive right in.
Awesome. So thanks for wanting to know a little bit more about the Corning School of Ocean Studies. And I think it would be best to kind of introduce who we are, who are going to share with you for the next half hour what ocean studies is all about. So I guess I'll go first, and then Sarah, and then Justin, and then Olivia and Jenny. So my name is Jessie Mullen. I'm the chair of ocean studies, and I'm a professor of marine biology. I've been at Maine Maritime Academy for 14 years, and I absolutely love teaching and doing research in Maine and at Maine Maritime Academy.
Folks, I'm Sarah O'Malley. I'm an instructor here in the Corning School, and I've been affiliated with Maine Maritime Academy since 2004, so quite a while. I actually grew up in Cascade as well, so I have a long history with the town and the community. And like Jessie, I really enjoy spending time in the intertidal zone doing various forms of research.
Hi everyone, I'm Justin Pratt. I'm an assistant professor of chemistry, and so I teach chemistry and some statistics courses for the Ocean Studies department. And I'm in my 2nd year, so I'm fairly new here, but I'm excited and enjoying my time so far.
Hi, I'm Olivia Alejandro. I've been at Maine Maritime for 1 month, and I'm an oceanography major here.
Hi, I'm Jenny Stryovi, and I'm a junior here at Maine Maritime Academy, and I'm Marine Bio SVO, small vessel operations.
Awesome. So we kind of encompass both kind of newer faces and some more kind of weathered faces at Maine Maritime Academy. And I think we'll be able to give sort of a scope of all of the different programs that we do have, because Jenny and Olivia are in 2 different majors. And the only student that is not represented is a coastal and marine environmental science major, or CMES major. So we thought we'd start by just kind of doing a little bit of an icebreaker for anyone who's a participant, so that we can interact with you and you can feel comfortable interacting with us in this webinar format. So we'd love to hear from you what you love about the ocean. So if you want to kind of take a moment in the question and answer function or in the chat function, if that's available, to say what you love about the ocean. Yeah, all the different types of organisms, the diversity. Jenny and Olivia, what do you really like? Sea slugs, they're pretty awesome. So I think there's lots of different, oh, awesome. Freedom in terms of the ability to explore all the aspects about the ocean, great. The vastness, perfect. Yeah, so there's all these different things that I think kind of capture imagination and interest in the ocean. And then oftentimes students might not know exactly what they might want to study about the ocean, but ocean studies provides like a number of different opportunities to look at both the biological and the physical or chemical environments of the ocean and study them in great depth. So awesome. So please feel free throughout the whole presentation, if you have questions or you want to share comments in the chat, to just jump right in. And also Jenny and Olivia, if you want to jump right in too, please do. So Sarah, do you want to take this slide?
Sure, I was just going to jump in and do that. So in the Ocean Studies Department, which has been around since 1990, so it has a nice long history at the Academy as well, we actually have three different kind of boxes that, or majors that people, students will come and take, and then two kind of flavors of each of those majors. So our 6 majors is Jesse has mentioned, we have a marine biology major. It focuses on the things that live in the sea. So both the algae, micro algae, so the plankton, as well as the macro algae, so what most of us call seaweed. And then a lot of the animals that live in the ocean and the sort of ecological relationships between them. And so many people come into to ocean studies thinking about marine biology and really be excited about the animals and plants that live, or photosynthesizers that live in the ocean. Oceanography is our other traditional program that we have, and that's really looking more at the physical processes in the ocean, how nutrients cycle around the ocean, how heat is transferred throughout the ocean, how currents and tides work, and the physical structure of the ocean in many ways. And so that's a very interdisciplinary program in that it brings in physical, chemical, and some biological elements to that. And then our brand new program is Coastal and Marine Environmental Science, so which brings together elements of marine biology and oceanography, but then really takes the next step towards looking at kind of the human impact on the environment and the ways humans can actively kind of restorative for the environment too. So those are our 3 primary majors, and then we have each one of those. Then you can also do a small vessel operations dual major option that adds a 5th year onto your program and sprinkles the coursework for the small vessel operations degree into that major as well. So 4 years of kind of 1 or 2 classes a year for SVO, and then a 5th year that's the last kind of capping year where you take the rest of your small vessel operations classes. So that's a pretty popular option for folks as well. Anything you want to add to that, Jesse?
Just kind of also to highlight, I think one of the things that's also on this slide is that we do allow for students who have a real interest in doing diving, that scuba is also a mechanism for students to get interested about the ocean, is that we offer through the scuba courses that are through our PE, the ability for students to learn scuba, and then sort of as the culmination, if you wanted to bridge science and scuba together, is that students can take an advanced course called scientific diving, which ends up allowing them to have a scientific diving certification from the American Academy for Underwater Scientists. And that credential allows for students who want to work underwater to be able to move from different marine lab to marine lab, or different organizations or agencies, and is sort of a kind of a universal credential to be able to do scientific diving. So for Jenny and Olivia, did you know what major you wanted to do when you first enrolled?
I can go first. For me, the process of going through like applying for colleges and what major, I knew I wanted to go into science and I knew I wanted it to relate to the outdoors in some way. And so I have found that marine biology here does that really well. And through the experiences I've gathered through my education here.
I knew immediately, or like, I've always been interested in the ocean, and for the longest time I wanted to be a marine biologist. But then slowly merged to oceanography, and shockingly, there's only like a handful of colleges that have an oceanography program as a bachelor. Majority of colleges will do like a bachelor in biology or science or environmental sciences, and then you go and master in oceanography. So I liked that I would be able to get a bachelor's in oceanography as like my thing.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Right. I think you highlighted something really unique in that there are not that many bachelors of science oceanography undergraduate programs. And so that is unique. And that, what we have found is that their students do come in knowing what discipline of ocean sciences really interests them. But there's a lot of students who just love the ocean and may not know kind of what clicks in thinking about, do they really like the organismal side of things, or do they like the process side of things, or that they really like that intersection between science and society in terms of environmental sciences. So ocean studies is intentional in that regardless of your ocean studies major that you have applied for and have been accepted into, that all ocean studies students have a common first year where you get exposure to marine biology and CMES and oceanography, so that if you have sort of an aha epiphany of like, I love being on vessels and I love that instrumentation and really want to know more about the physical oceanography, you had just never been exposed to that before in your life, that you can switch very easily throughout your first year here to either, if you were marine biology, you could switch to oceanography, or if you're oceanography, you can switch to CMES. And that the courses that you take your first year give you exposure to all of those different disciplines. And that it's really starting in the second and third year that the curricula will differentiate, so that, in next year, Olivia will be taking a lot more kind of the oceanography based courses. And Jenny is already really in a lot of the specific marine biology associated classes, so that there's sort of the differentiation. So you get the expertise within each of those different programs, and that we bring all of the students back together for their senior research projects, which start the spring of their junior year and follow through the fall of their senior year, to do independent research. And it's interdisciplinary, and it unites all of those programs back together to have that shared research prep and research experience.
The only thing I would add to that, Jesse, is before we talk about the student perspective, though, is also that if you're in marine biology, you can always take some of the other courses as electives. So there's an opportunity built into your schedule to be able to kind of cross pollinate, as it were, in courses that aren't necessarily directly in your major, but that are in the department. And so you can kind of get a little taste of some of the other majors as well. So that's kind of a nice opportunity.
Yeah, that's a great point. So hoping that Jenny and Olivia can provide some more information in terms of the student perspective here, in terms of like, what skills have you learned? What knowledge have you gained?
Oh, do you want me to? Okay, I'll go first.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, although I've only been here for a month, the stuff I've learned, at least for me, has been like, in a way, jaw-dropping, just because like by the second week we were already on the boat, we were already collecting data, doing phytoplankton pools, and I was like, all my friends back home are like, oh my gosh, it's still syllabus week, we literally are just getting handed papers, and I'm like, I'm on a boat, hi. So like that was very like unique to me, I guess. It was very fun, plus like with like really cool professors in our department. They're like so fun in lab. I thought labs were going to be so boring and like, ugh, lab, but they're so fun. Like they're the funnest classes I have. And I just, and it's also like real world, like what we would do outside of school, like at jobs, instead of just like, we're going to learn this because like it's in a book, like in high school with all the like curriculum you're forced to learn for like whatever reason. So it feels like I'm learning useful knowledge and not just like stuff I could just forget in a few days and be fine without it. So that's nice. Like, okay.
I would have to agree with Olivia on many of the points. And I think to best like bring up her point again, the hands-on learning through labs is quite incredible, I would say. And I think the biggest thing for me was learning how to write scientifically, because you will learn that through these programs, and being able to identify information, create hypotheses, and be able to carry out research like where I'm at right before senior research prep. We're starting to identify and be able to read scientific literature. And if you've done that on your own, that can be a little daunting at first, but the professors help break it down. That's the biggest thing I've noticed is there's been a lot more assistance on specific skills in science, and just overall the kindness of the professors. It feels really welcoming coming in as a freshman. I was not terrified coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the faculty all really want to be at Maine Maritime Academy, that we love being in ocean studies and sharing kind of the skills and knowledge that we've gained over our professional careers. And we really want to cultivate the next generation of scientists to kind of tackle the research questions and some of the big things that are happening in the ocean realm, and help along with us. So I think we aspire to provide students with applicable skills and knowledge so that they are independent researchers who have the critical thinking skills and the applied content knowledge to be able to tackle any problem. So I think Olivia and Jenny kind of did say very well kind of who ocean studies is, in that like we're a fun group, but I think we sort of like to identify ourselves as a community of ocean scientists, and think holistically, like inside the classroom and outside the classroom, in terms of really loving what we do. We have a number of our students who are student athletes, and we really want to support them in both the classroom and on the fields or wherever they are, doing their competitions. I don't know if Sarah or Justin or Jenny or Olivia want to add anything to this.
Oh, just one of my favorite sort of community of ocean science moments was a couple of years ago, running the Millinocket Half Marathon in December, which is Millinocket. It's a couple of hours north of here up the Penobscot River. So you're probably familiar with it, where it is, and they do a half marathon. And there are a bunch of us that run, and we ran into alums at that race, and some of our senior students who are really excited about running ran that race, and we all kind of came together and supported each other. Not even at an event right on campus, but it was just this little satellite community that formed as a result of that. So the bonds that students make here, the community relationships, with our relationships with our alums, we're constantly getting people write back to us and give us updates about how they're doing and what's going on with them. And now with social media, we're able to follow them and they can follow us. And it's just really this ongoing community that our students become part of that lasts even beyond their time here. So.
Awesome. So I think another thing that Jenny and Olivia also highlighted is that really identify with being immersive and hands-on, and allow for our students to really do as much applied work, get the theory behind what they're doing, but we have amazing resources at Maine Maritime Academy in terms of being right on the ocean, having running seawater lab, having access to vessels that I think Olivia, if you want to talk a little bit more about the vessel that you were on for OS 101 and what you were doing, and Jenny, sort of any other additional like immersive hands-on projects or experiences that you've had so far.
To be honest, I kind of forgot the name of the vessel. My bad. But it's a 50. Wait, is it 50? Is it 50 or 30? 50. Sorry, I was asking my roommate. She's also an OS. It's a 50-foot research vessel. And first week we went out and another cool thing, this is gonna add on, but Maine Maritime this year became a part of the like a lobster grant through the Marine Maine stuff. And so as students, we were allowed to kind of collect data and help with that like research, which was cool because it was like kind of important and like, useful for people other than like in the classroom. So the first week we did lobster larvae pools, and then we did a zooplankton pool, and then we just like looked at zooplankton and lobster larvae the next week. Is pretty cool. And then I think last week we went out and did CTD data, we did Secchi disc data, we did another phytoplankton pool. We just did a whole bunch of data collection. It was pretty cool, fun. And then we have the 8-hour cruise coming up, or not 8-hour cruise coming up in a few weeks where we go and just be on the boat all day and collect data, and pretty cool. I didn't know boats could be so fun. Usually I'm like on a fishing boat, kind of just like sitting there being bored, but it's actually fun to be on the boat and like do work. Usually you're like, oh, that's not fun, but it is. So yeah.
Great.
All right. I think through this section, I also want to answer a question that came towards me. So the question was, how did you decide to do the dual major with SVO? And I feel like that ties into the hands-on aspect. So I, when applying, because I knew I wanted to do marine biology. And then when I saw the small vessel operations option, I figured, well, that's a skill I don't know. I didn't really grow up around boats, but I figured, hey, let's expand my skills, see if I like it. And so far, I've stuck with it. And so far, my favorite class that gets added on each semester would be Intro to Vessel Ops or Vessel Operations. And so we've been practicing driving the launches out on the waterfront and practicing docking, and then just knowing nautical science, certain terms that you would use on a vessel. So I think if you would be interested in boats, or if you've already grown up around boats or vessels, this would definitely interest you, and it's definitely hands-on for sure in the labs. And then overall for marine biology, I think, let's see, the friendship I remember from freshman year was always great. We've had guests come in. There was, I believe, I don't know if anyone's familiar with FlowCam. I know probably the professors remembered someone coming in for that. And we had phytoplankton, zooplankton. We got to scan them, and seeing like tiny little organisms amplified was really interesting to me, and the technology behind it. That's what I have to add.
Awesome. Trying to advance my slide and I can't. Oh, perfect. So I think Jenny and Olivia have highlighted this. And Sarah, if you want to kind of elaborate a little bit in terms of who we are as being really student-centered.
Oh, we just, we're a small department. That's one of the, it's one of the benefits of Maine Maritime in general. And our department is small, so our class sizes are small. The biggest classes you'll have are the first year, and those are even, not particularly large when compared to something like a big state school. So we're almost by default student-centered. We're really, your professors will know your names. We'll know all of your names by the first couple of weeks, and you'll get a lot of face time with them. So the students really kind of drive what happens in the classroom in many ways. I know in my classes, if students have a particular question they really want to pursue, like we'll kind of change course so that we can do that. Yeah, but that small, incredible access to your professors. I mean, they love it when you come to see them. So, you know, that we really thrive on helping you and being able to really make direct contact with you. So we really are very accessible in that sense. You know, there's more you want to add to that, Jesse, but that's what
I'd say there's no anonymity at Maine Maritime Academy, especially in ocean studies, in that like if you don't attend class, like it's noticed, and that we really look forward to seeing our students every day in class and in lab. And I think it's a real benefit is that for many of the faculty, they will have multiple opportunities to teach you in different classes that they teach, so that they can see you progress as a kind of developing scientist from first year to fourth year. And that's a joy to have. It also helps in that potentially for each year, you might not have to know, like refigure out who your professors are and kind of like get to know them. It's really nice to be like, oh, I've got Professor O'Malley again. And like, I know like how that classroom environment's going to be and what her expectations are. And that it really allows for there to be like a really nice relationship building from first year to fourth year with so many of your faculty. And that just helps in faculty knowing student interests. And if there are jobs or other summer research opportunities, we can connect them really quickly. And so I think it's a real great benefit of having a small department and that we really are student-centered. And that we're in Castine, which is in the Gulf of Maine and is an amazing ocean laboratory. So, you know, I think Jenny and Olivia have already sort of said that there's access to vessels. There's also access to intertidal ecosystems. We're close to all sorts of different habitats, so that, you know, we really do try to maximize the natural resources that we have, being where Maine Maritime Academy is, so that we take students out. It's awesome. Last Friday, I took my students out just to the MMA waterfront, to the sand beach. And it was just so easy just to like literally just walk 5 minutes and get to a beach to look at something, as opposed to have to plan a semester, one time during a semester field trip to get to the coast. So I think that we really don't take for granted the ocean classroom that we have, being where we are in Castine. And so we have a couple of minutes left, but in terms of thinking about like where you will go, hopefully Jenny can describe a little bit about her summer experiences and kind of talk about where maybe some of her other peers have been and what they do during their summer.
Well, this past summer, I was working for Muscogee Bay Aquaculture, where they raise oysters. And I was working at their nursery site, as you can see in the right top corner, in my Grundens, which I thought was quite the fashion. And I mostly maintained and cleaned oysters. Like we would store them in a bin, and you see those docks with doors that you would flip up. Those are called flupsies, and that helps suspend the oysters. There's a motor on the other end of this dock, and it keeps water flow coming in. Having like basic understanding through zoology of bivalves and oysters, knowing that they need oxygen, knowing the food types, because I learned through the internship I was with, I saw their algae tanks, and knowing, it kind of gave me a little bit of a leg up understanding like, oh, I need to be careful with these little, really tiny oysters. And overall, I was there for about 3 months during the summer.
Yeah, so our students, anyway, we're almost out of time, but I would say that our students do a lot of different things in the summer. And so there is a really wonderful diversity of opportunities in the summer, from going and getting a job, like the lower center picture, one of our students, Kyle, went and worked on a fishing boat in Alaska, going from Alaska down to Seattle and back and forth. And so he was working, but he was definitely using a lot of the skills that he'd already learned at Maine Maritime and familiarity with fish as well. Other students have had internship opportunities like Jenny, and in aquaculture, whether that's shellfish aquaculture or salmon, finfish aquaculture is a definite industry on the coast. We have other students that do work in research, whether they're in a lab like Bree in the lower right-hand corner. Some students will be able to get research opportunities for undergraduates in kind of a bench science lab. She was working at Bigelow Lab. Others, like Phoebe in the lower left-hand corner, she was doing research, but she was more field-based, and she was diving every day for research, working with actually one of our faculty members. So there's a pretty wide diversity of things that, and they can be short opportunities or all summer long. So we work hard to try to get folks opportunities and give them the opportunity to kind of like really maximize that. So it's fun to see where everybody goes.
Yeah.
We could keep talking all afternoon, but I'm going to have to ask you, Professor Mullen, to stop your screen share for now. But if anybody has further questions for our Ocean Studies faculty, get in touch with us. We can connect you with any one of our faculty members. And you can always come to campus and visit and check out this research vessel that we have. Check out our wet lab, check out some of our other facilities. I'm going to share my screen really quickly here. And so coming up next on this stage, on this main stage, we're going to hear from two of our instructors or two of our professors from our power engineering program. So you can hear some of the differences between what we had heard about earlier in marine engineering versus power. But if you want to hear from our NROTC or Strategic Sealift Midshipman program, if you want to serve your country after graduation or throughout your time here, definitely tune into that session. Remember, all the sessions are going to be recorded, so we will have the opportunity to be able to loop back at any time. So I'm going to stop my screen share here and pass it off. And for those that are just joining us for power engineering, do note that you can interact with us through the chat function and the question and answer function. You're not going to have, as a participant, you can't have your video on, but we can read your questions and we are attentive to those. So don't be shy, and I'm going to pass it off to Professor Ferreira to jump right in here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sadie Ali Ferreira. Myself, I'm the PET program coordinator, so Power Engineering Technology. And I'm here with Professor Laurel Christian. Do you want to say hi?
Hi, everybody. I am, just as Sadie said, Professor Christian, and here to explain a little bit about the PEO program with Professor Fiera.
And we also have one of our PET seniors, Andrew Carlo. Andrew, do you want to say hello?
Hi, I'm Andrew Carlo. I'm a senior in the PET program, like she said.
And Andrew's going to talk a little bit as we go through about co-op and about capstone. So just a little bit about the power engineering programs, the engineering technology and engineering operations. We're shoreside, so we don't get involved with shipping out. We just stay in shoreside power. So let's get started. So our agenda, I'm just going to talk broadly with Professor Christian about the programs, about their commonalities and differences. We're going to talk about co-op and capstone 1 and 2, because that's really where we differentiate from the marine engineering and marine engineering operations programs. And we'll talk a little bit about employment opportunities after you graduate. So a little bit about power engineering. This is the study of power generation, transmission, and distribution of electrical power. I have generation highlighted here because really, even though there's kind of 3 main elements, the generation, transmission, and distribution, we focus heavily on the generation side. So you'll take classes like steam turbines, gas turbines, steam generators, diesel power, and we'll also get into renewable energy during our capstone. So some of the common things with both programs, they both lead to a Bachelor of Science degree, so they're a 4-year program. They're both regionally accredited by NECHI, or the New England Commission of Higher Education. Like I mentioned, they both focus on shoreside power generation, so power plants. They require 2 co-ops. The programs are about 75% the same, just as the MEO and MET, the Marine Engineering Operations and Technology programs. And both programs allow students to sit for one of the state of Maine stationary engineers license, as long as you have a suitable co-op experience. Professor Christian, would you like to go through the overall differences?
Sure. Okay. So the PEO program is the more hands-on program. It kind of says it in the name, Power Engineering Operations versus Power Engineering Technology. When you come out after 4 years of college at Maine Maritime, you will be able to sit for your 4th class stationary steam license that will enable you to work in, basically any power plant in the state of Maine. So that's a really cool opportunity for you. You do have to participate in 2 12-week co-ops in your sophomore and junior summers, and that's probably the best experience that you get at Maine Maritime Academy. The students enjoy it, and that's where they really get to get their feet wet and understand what it's like to be out in the industry. A benefit about doing the Power Engineering Operations program versus the PET program, it's a less of a workload, so you can minor in something, and for some students that is the way they want to go. It's also a little less math intensive. You still have to take thermodynamics, you still got to take physics and fluid power, but you are not there's still a lot less technology or math oriented classes compared to the PET program. You also get to take machine tool. So that's a very hands-on class where you get to learn how to use a lathe. There's a welding class you can take. And there's also, I'm trying to think, you take the diesels lab where you actually get to rip apart a large diesel engine and put that back together. It's a very hands-on intensive course, and it's a good one. It's a lot of fun. And that's what I guess I'll have Professor Alifiera explain the PET program.
Sure. So one of the things that differentiates PET and PEO, like Professor Christian said, is that there are more math courses in the engineering technology programs. They're also ABET accredited, which means the courses are going to prepare you to be able to sit for your FE exam or the Engineer in Training Fundamentals of Engineering exam. That's going to allow you to later in your career, as long as you work under a professional engineer, you'll be able to sit for your PE license. So to get a professional engineer's license, that can be helpful in promotion, and it can also give you more money in your paycheck. So the other thing with PET is we can have the 3rd class stationary steam license as opposed to the 4th class. And I believe the difference is 50,000 pounds per hour versus 100,000 pounds per hour steam. And then 2 10-week co-ops, again, in the sophomore and junior year. And there are fewer electives. So you don't have as much wiggle room to get a minor. It usually will mean needing to overload a semester or 2 if you would like to get a minor. So those are really some of the differences. Oops.
I guess it might be beneficial to explain when we're saying, 50,000 pounds per hour, that in, layman terms, that just means it's a bigger boiler. So you are allowed to work to operate a larger boiler. So, which could expand your job opportunities. But if you wanted to do the PEO program and got your 4th class stationary steam license, it would take about 1 year of working at a power plant. Excuse me, my dog's shaking in the background. It would take about 1 year of working experience so that you could sit for the 3rd class stationary steam exam if you wanted to go that route. So it kind of just depends on, what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a good point, Professor Christian. Thank you. So some of the different courses, we mentioned the more math intensive courses. Those are going to be statics and dynamics, strength of materials, computer applications for power, power control, electronics, thermofluids lab, and materials lab. Those are some of the more math intensive courses that the PET students take. And again, that's to help you get ready for your EIT exam. We do have a welding course that we take in PET, but we only take machine tool practices. We don't actually get in and work in the machine tool shop, in the machine shop, as the PEO students do. So a couple of other things that PEO students do during their curriculum is firefighting and maintenance, and Professor Christian has already mentioned the diesel too. So that's additional for PEO. As we mentioned, there's an ability to get a minor in the PEO program. And I just want to point out that we do have an environmental sustainability minor. So that is about 6 courses, 3 required chemistry, 3 are required, one of which is chemistry, intro to sustainability, and sustainability engineering and society. Chemistry is already taken by both PET and PEO students. You have one of those already down. So I just wanted to mention that that minor is available for students who are looking at a career in renewable energy. Do you want to talk about steam generators, Professor Christian? That's a class you're teaching this semester.
Sure, I'd love to. Also, just because I saw the word on your slideshow, the maintenance program that the PEO students get to participate in is where they actually get to do maintenance on our training ship, which is pretty, is a really fun, it's a 4-hour lab where you basically, work on things that are broken on the state of Maine and do preventative maintenance and stuff. It's actually really fun. So that's another hands-on perk about the PEO program. Steam generators, you actually take 3 courses and a lab that have to deal with steam generators, and at your time at Maine Maritime, if you're taking any of the power engineering classes, because steam is one of the vital ways we make power, whether it be on a ship or shore side. So we do a lot of field trips. We look at the lab, the boiler in the lab that you get to operate in your, I believe it's your senior year of the PEO or the PET program, and we get to do, I do field trips on the state of Maine where we have 2 marine boilers, but are applicable. They have the same concepts, and we get to explore those and see the internals. So it's a pretty fun class.
Great. So this is the electrical lab. And one of the things that you get to do, and we call it Juice 1 and Juice 2, but we have electrical lab 1 and electrical lab 2. And you get to practice synchronizing a generator to the grid inside that laboratory. So I was a student at Maine Maritime Academy in the PET program. That's where I went for my undergraduate degree. And I remember doing that, and it was really neat to be able to have that hands-on experience. Okay, Andrew, would you like to talk about co-op?
Sure. So this past summer, I went down to Westbrook to work for Calpine at their Westbrook Energy Center, which you can see right there. It is a combined cycle plant, which means it's 2-on-1, so 2 gas turbines and 1 steam turbine. And I was on the operations side, so I really got to see the daily operations of the plant, starting up the turbines, shutting down the turbines, any maintenance that we had to do, lockout, tagout, safety procedures. And it was really good. I got to just ask questions, and everyone there really wanted to help, just teach you about the industry and what the industry is all about. And it was really good to see all my courses kind of come together all in one and see it all kind of build in a real world application.
How many weeks did you work there, Andrew?
So I did 12 weeks. I worked from late May to the first week in August.
Yeah, so one of the things I just wanted to mention is that just because you're only required 10 or 12 weeks doesn't mean you can't work more. Because of the way our summer was set up this year, we had students who worked 10 to 17 weeks at their co-ops. Now, the other nice thing about a co-op is they're paid. So students get to make some pretty good money on these co-op opportunities as well. So you're working on shift, you're gaining that real world experience, and you're really finding out what it's like to be a power engineer. So it's pretty neat. I remember when I did my co-ops that it kind of changed me. It was like, yes, this is definitely what I want to do. So I just wanted to show this picture. This was from a student who graduated last year, and he worked for Bechtel, a company that is doing the construction on the one and only nuclear power plant being built in the United States right now. So this is down in Georgia. This is Vogtle Unit 4. So PET students, generally speaking, can go and work construction on power plants as well. As field engineers, usually doing some startup and checkout, quantity tracking, helping to get the paperwork and answer questions and keep the crews running in the field. So there really are, a great many different opportunities out there. Anything you want to add to that, Professor Christian?
Let's see. We had a couple students work at some hospitals in the state of Maine this year, and it seems like that's not power generating, but it's a very good opportunity. When you graduate and you want to make it's a relatively easy job to get into because there's so many hospitals and all of them have their own mini power plants. So we had a bunch of students go out and get to learn how a hospital runs and kind of the power plant behind there. So that was some of the co-op projects that I got to grade. Another thing too is during these co-ops, not only are you working and learning, but you're also expected to make this project. And it's basically a binder just full of drawings and basically small written essays about, what did you do on your co-op, about the parts and pieces of the plant. So we really, kind of raise the bar every year at Maine Maritime so that you can, understand what's going on and be prepared when you get out in the field. So it's definitely a highlight of the course. I guess, Andrew, can you tell us about what you do in capstone? Because I think that's one of the more interesting courses too at Maine Maritime.
Yeah, so it kind of just sums up everything you've gone through the majors so far. And it also kind of opens the door to other industries that you might not have gotten to experience in like your co-op. So like here we're at the wind farm over in Clinton that's getting built, or Clifton. And so, you get to learn more about renewables or maybe a different industry that you didn't get to go through your co-op. So it helps open your eyes to industries that you might be interested in.
What did you learn when we were at Pisgah Mountain, Andrew? Anything jump out at you?
How much it costs to build those. It's a lot of money, but they also produce a lot of money too.
Were you surprised to hear how quickly they were paying themselves off? How quickly payback was?
Yeah, it was only like 12 years, right?
I think you're right. It was like 10 to 12 years.
Yeah.
And the lifetime is 20 to 25 years. So that's all free money, free and clear money after that. So the owner of Pisgah Mountain was really great. He let us ask any question we could think of and gave us a tour of the wind farm. and the job site where Chimbro's working. So yeah, it was pretty neat. Do you want to talk about the field trip that we did this past week?
Yeah, so they're doing a solar installation over in Searsport. So we got to kind of see the beginnings of that and kind of learn more about solar power, because that's what we've been going over in Capstone this past week. And it was really interesting just to see all the different dynamics that go into building a solar farm, especially one like this one wasn't a huge scale. It was kind of a medium-sized scale, I'd say, but just all the different components that go into constructing it really took me back.
Mm-hmm. So next week we are starting our hydropower unit, and we're going up to Milford to see the hydro plant there. So I'm really looking forward to taking the students there. That's been the focus this semester in Capstone 1. Back when I first started teaching at Maine Maritime Academy, we were still learning about coal-fired power plants. And the students were really saying, you know, we want to learn more about renewable power. So that's one of the great things about Maine Maritime Academy. The students have input and we listen. And so we have taken this course and we've updated it so that it includes more about renewable power, so that it talks about the electric grid. We've brought nuclear into this course. This is a 4-credit course. So students have a 4-hour block every week where we take the time to go on these field trips so that we can get hands-on experience, hands-on knowledge, firsthand knowledge, and talk to the people who run these sites. So we feel that's a pretty unique thing. Capstone 2, we really focus on learning about a 2-on-1 combined cycle power plant and how all of the systems go into making that power plant operate. These are 2 of my students from last spring semester taking Capstone 2. They were really getting into it. This was operating the 2-on-1 combined cycle power plant, and they were having a blast. They were getting right into it.
I noticed they're wearing hard hats.
They are. They were, I'm telling you, they were into it.
That's great. You don't really have to wear hard hats in the lab, but they must have been just loving it. Playing the part. That's great.
They totally were. So what's great about this is the plant that Andrew co-opted at. That's a 2-on-1 natural gas fired combined cycle power plant. There are about 600 of those almost identical setups in the United States today, and we learn how to operate those power plants in Capstone 2. So what we're doing, you're going to be really prepared for the opportunities that are out there. So let's talk about everyone's favorite question. What are the type of jobs that students can get after graduation? I know, Andrew, you must be looking pretty hard right now.
I was already told I could go back to Calpine, so I'm not looking too hard.
That's great. Well, that's a really good point that I should bring up too, is the reason these companies hire MMA students to do their co-ops is because they're looking to fill their talent pipeline. So they have established relationships with Maine Maritime Academy. They've taken Maine Maritime Academy students before. They know the quality of student that they're going to get. So they're very comfortable hiring MMA students as time goes by. So they're looking to hire, they're looking to fill their pipeline. That's why they hire co-op students from MMA, because they hope to hire students who have graduated with a degree for permanent employment. So GE Field Services, which is now called GE Field Corps, they are turbine servicing. So when you have outages and the steam turbines and gas turbines need servicing, GE Field Corps travels to do those turbine outages. Southern Power, they're located in the southern part of the United States, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina. They have quite a few combined cycles in their portfolio, so they hire co-ops and graduates. Re-Energy, they're located in the state of Maine, they're biomass, so they hire both co-ops and graduates. Hewitt, the construction company, they have hired several of our students in the past. We've had a student co-op with them, or a couple of students co-op with them just this past summer. One of who is graduated now and is working for them full time. If you're interested in paper mills, paper manufacturing, ND Paper or Nine Dragons Paper in Rumford and Old Town hire both co-ops and graduates. Sappy Fine Paper in Skowhegan. Resource Power Group, Eversource Energy is a new one that we've just started to partner with. They're looking to get co-ops, and they have hired one of our PET students last year. They're doing more of the transmission and distribution. So we're actually looking to possibly add a course in the future that is more geared towards transmission and distribution. And then Wheelabrator, Eco Maine, those are both waste to energy boilers and steam turbines, power plants. So they take waste, municipal waste, residential waste, and burn it in a boiler and create steam that creates power. So they both hire co-ops as well as full-time after graduation. And then we have Verso Paper, Covanta, IP, Evergreen Packaging, and Duke. I'm sure that there are others there, Professor Christian. What else, what other places are you familiar with, students getting jobs?
Oh, there's a couple more. I know the company I used to work for was Nextera Energy. That's not on there. And they're a massive company. They got green energy plants all over the United States on top of fossil fuel plants. They're a fantastic company. Let's see, there's a bunch of field servicing, such as GE. I know Siemens hires PEO students and PET students. I mean, basically any type of power plant is begging for PET or PEO students right now. It's actually a great time to do this major right now because there's a huge gap. There's all these basically operators that are retiring, and there's a big gap of jobs needed right now, and so these companies are begging for people to work in their plants right now. So it's a really great time to be enrolled in this program so that you're ready to work, and they pay pretty decently. Even just starting out of college, you can start out at $65,000 a year easy and without even thinking about it. And it just goes up from there. It's a really great program, both PET or PEO, depending on what you want to do. It's a great way to get yourself a job, that's for sure. So
I agree. We have a really great placement rate. So yes, definitely agree there.
Well, that I wanted to jump in for a second. You guys did an excellent job about expressing how we fulfill that mission statement, how we prepare our students for life after graduation, and how they can become leaders in that industry. We have only a minute left, so if there's any questions that our audience has, definitely throw them in to the chat right now. But if you leave this presentation, you're like, oh, I really wish I had asked this question, reach out to us in admissions and we will get you connected with the professors that you see today, so that we can make sure to bridge that gap and you can get those answers needed. So this is a really exciting major that we have here that uses our facilities that our marine engineers are able to, and some others, and prepares you for all sorts of exciting engineering opportunities out there. So I'm going to share my screen while we transition between our sessions here. So coming up next on this main stage, it will be our international business and logistics. So you'll be able to answer why is it important to study logistics, which is a really important question. Why logistics? And we also have on stage 2 a student open forum, Ask Me Anything. So if you're wondering, I don't know, what are the bathrooms like in the dorm? Definitely hop over there. But do remember that all these sessions are going to be recorded. So you can always catch anything afterwards. And if you just have one question for our student panel, if they ask me anything, come jump back to this main stage and catch the business program as well. It's great. I'm going to stop my screen share here. And I'm going to turn this over to Professor Schweitzer, who looks like she's out on the beach with us rainy day here.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm trying to bring a little sunshine in. All right, let's get my slides up and going. It should be, hopefully you're seeing my second screen now, and now you should be seeing my slides. So I am here to walk us through what the IBL program is, and then I also have 2 of our students that are going to be joining us. And so to kick us off, I am Professor Elena Schweitzer. I am a 2-time Maine Maritime Academy graduate. I initially did the engineering program on campus, and then I went into the maritime field. I worked as a marine engineer for several years, and then I came back shoreside. And when I came shoreside, I really started looking into the business aspects of what's happening in supply chain and within shipping companies. And I realized if I was going to continue to develop my career the way I wanted to, I needed to really diversify what I had available. And by doing that, I looked to business and logistics. So part of what we do at Maine Maritime within the IBL program is we are a subset of Maine Maritime. We are connected to maritime, but we are not focused specifically on maritime. We have a broad opportunity base to us, but what we do, much like the other programs on campus, is we really look to develop confidence, competence, professionalism, and getting that through hands-on learning experiences. So our faculty is relatively small. We have 6 full-time faculty within our program, and we have a wealth of backgrounds and knowledge that are part of who we are. Professor Langford comes from an international business background, also working in oil and gas, doing a lot of international logistics, moving really complicated things into really rural, difficult to get to areas. Professor Schatz has been with Maine Maritime for 30 years, and he has been with us teaching economics. And then we have Professor Jane, who came to our programs through a variety of warehousing and cold chain programs. And so he really does a lot within our program with warehousing systems and production and operations. He's also our logistics information systems specialist, I would say. He does a really fantastic job with those things. Professor Shaughnessy is our CPA, so he does all of our accounting courses, but he also helps us by teaching a lot of strategy courses, marketing. He's also a very solid entrepreneurial background. Myself, I've already kind of given a brief introduction on, and then also Dr. David Sorich, and he recently was teaching at UConn and the Coast Guard Academy, but he has a background in military logistics, but also doing some additional things with Staples, I believe, is the company that he was doing really great logistics management with. So that's kind of us just in general. I have to mute my screen for 1 second because I have children in the background. 1 minute. All right. So why logistics? What is it that we do with logistics? So I'm going to take this as a really simplified example, right? If we think about a pencil, we have them, we use them all the time. And if we think about these pencils, we buy them for, a packet for like maybe $2. And there's probably 12 pencils in that package. But how do we actually get this pencil put together? And so when we think about this, if I had everybody in the classroom, and I was face to face, I'd be like, okay, well, where does the lead come from? Where does the eraser come from? Where do each of these things come from? And when we really start to break it down, we realize that they're coming from all over the world. So what we do with logistics and supply chain is we realize that the paint that's going on the outside of this pencil is actually going to be manufactured in China. The graphite that is combined to go into the actual writing piece is coming from the United States. The rubber eraser is coming from South Korea. The metal ferrule is generally going to be coming from Mexico. And then, the tin is coming from Mexico. And then it is all put together. And you have to think, if we're transporting all of those things across the world and then putting that whole component together at a cost that we're still able to make money on, how is that possible? And so that's what we're talking about with logistics. We look at a product or a service that is going to be able to span from the raw material extraction that is coming out of the earth all the way until it gets to its customer's doorstep. And that's what we consider total landed cost. So another example of how we do this is we can think about Dell computers. So Dell computers, they have a headquarters in Texas, but the actual components are mostly going to be constructed and built overseas in China. So an order comes in, and that order is going to take place and have a variety of different aspects where you're going to be able to customize that system. So those computers, once they've been customized, go into these specialized containers that go onto an airplane. And that is actually going to be air freighted towards the United States. Those airplanes actually stop in Alaska and they do their customs clearance in Alaska. And then they make their way down to Nashville or Louisville, depending on which location and warehouse they're going to be going through. While that's happening, and probably 30 or 40 days beforehand, we actually are able to end up having the lower value components, the power cords, the battery packs, the additional components that aren't going to have as much value. They're put into shipping containers because we can send them at a slower pace and not have to pay as much money for them. Then we get everything together. Once the ship gets to the United States, it's usually going to come into LA Long Beach, which is our largest gateway port in the United States. And then it goes on a rail car all the way to Nashville or Louisville. It gets into a FedEx facility there, and then it's going to actually be transported on the trucks to get to us after they put the power cords in with all of your actual laptop components. So what we do within our program is take those things, and we have our full IBL major. But for those of you that maybe don't want to do the full major, we also offer the largest minor right now on campus. So maybe you want to diversify what you're doing with maybe the power engineering or your ocean science, marine biology, or even marine engineering or the marine transportation. We have those students come through our programs very, very frequently, and they love the fact that it allows them to have a little bit more understanding and depth for a resume builder, but also when maybe they want to do something a little bit more on the management side within the businesses that they're looking to go into. We also have an online master's program, which has a focus on international maritime management. So we are an accredited program. We are a small school atmosphere. That's kind of our bread and butter at Maine Maritime. It works really, really well for us. We try to get out and do as many field trips as we possibly can. And we also have co-ops that are required. We have an optional co-op after your sophomore year, but all of our juniors are required to do a co-op field experience where they go and you get a job, you apply for that job. We offer a lot of support, but you're getting that job yourself and you're going out and experiencing what this industry is really all about. So for us within our program, we're a little bit different. We are a niche, but we're not quite as focused of a niche as some of the other programs on campus. We offer a business foundation. So we have economics, we have accounting, we have business, but what we do is we layer in much more logistics centric programs in addition to those core business things. And you're doing these things from the very beginning. I am teaching our intro to business class this semester. So all of our incoming freshmen are right now in the process of doing their second project, and they're going to be doing presentations on supply chain and moving products through the supply chain from where a product is extracted from the ground and then through the process of getting it actually to the customer's doorstep. And so we have you start doing that within your first semester here on campus to really start building that confidence, that competence, and again, that professionalism, being comfortable in communicating that to an audience, even if it's initially just an audience of your peers. From there, we talk about, what is the opportunity for logistics and business? Where do people tend to go? For us right now, we are in a really great position where if you think about having gone into a store in the last 6 months to a year, the shelves are not nearly as stocked as they have been. And part of that is because there are significant challenges in our supply chain right now. There have been manufacturing delays overseas for a variety of products, but then we also have challenges with ships being available to actually bring products that are coming from foreign markets to our doors. Because of that, companies are realizing more and more how integral a supply chain logistics focus is within those organizations. And so they're becoming more and more prominent. It is driving success within businesses. The next slide I have is an excerpt that comes out of DC Velocity magazine. It's from its distribution center Velocity. And so what this is looking at is what makes people drawn to a career in logistics? What allows them to really have the ability to, maintain that passion for what they're doing? And so, part of it is it's very customer centric. You are making sure that the people you are providing the products or services to are happy, and making sure that you're able to meet their needs in a timely manner. The lower part of the graphic is looking at potential salaries. And so when we're looking at these, those are good numbers. And I'll be honest, I track my seniors. I teach seniors in the IBL program for the entire year of their last year. Last year, our average start salary for our graduating seniors was $65,000. Now, we had some students that were possibly, lower into like the low 40s, but most of our students were averaging right around $65,000. And I had, I think, 95% placement of our group of seniors that graduated last April by July of this past summer. So all of them had been able to get positions in the areas that they had hoped to go out and into. As we look through, where are they going? I can tell you a little bit more about that. A lot of our students go into a variety of different areas. The thing with our program is that I can talk with you about a company that you're interested in, and I can think through what it is that you want to do and say, this is where logistics would fit with that company. Every single company utilizes logistics. And so if we're able to find ways to leverage that knowledge base, we've had students get their foot in the door of companies that have never come to Maine Maritime and hire Maine Maritime grads in their company's history, that then realize they want to come back and recruit more Maine Maritime Academy graduates. And that is part of who our students are, because I don't do all of that. I help, but it's the students that come here and really maximize the value that they have in themselves that really make them so wonderfully sought after in the logistics industry. Pepsi is one of the hiring companies that we had take 4 of our students last year. And so we have a variety of different companies. We have students that leave our IBL program and go into project management roles for engineering firms. So we provide a really well-rounded experience that you can then implement into a variety of different roles and companies that are really intriguing and make you feel passionate about the things that you're going to be doing. Let's see. Right now, I think we may even hear from a couple. I think Claire at least knows a couple that have, if she hasn't herself. our students come back from co-ops and a large percentage of them already have full-time offers for May when they're getting done. So to be coming back to your senior year with a job offer in your back pocket is a really good feeling. And that's what a lot of our students are fortunate to be able to do. That doesn't mean that that's the job that they specifically take, but it is definitely an opportunity for them. Our students do a lot of things. We're going to hear that also from the students that I have here to chat with us. There's student government opportunities. There are clubs. We have a tremendous number of wonderful student athletes in our program, and we're really proud of all of them. And we also have it where students are not required to be in the regiment, but they do have it as available opportunities for them if they want to have that additional leadership component for their career and their development. We are all about opportunities, challenges, and rewards. And that's kind of our sales spiel. But more importantly than what I have to tell you, I want a chance for you to be able to actually talk to our students. And so I have Claire Felix and Chris Argyropoulos sorry, Chris, if I messed that one up. But they are hopefully going to be able to expand on some of the things that I just talked about. So I will go ahead and stop sharing my screen and let you have some FaceTime with our actual students.
Hi, everyone. My name is Claire Felix. I'm a senior in the IBL program, and I'm from Mahopac, New York. I'm also on the women's basketball team. And I just think one of the main reasons I chose MMA was definitely because of the smaller class sizes, like Professor Schweitzer talked about. Just when I was a senior in high school, speaking to some of my older friends, just kind of trying to see what their experience was in college, a lot of them told me how they were in classes with 100, 200, or even 300 people. And that was just definitely something I didn't want. You know, I didn't want to just be another number in a classroom. I wanted to be able to make like a personal relationship with my professors. And I really feel like I have that here. And I feel like I could always go to my professors for anything. And I definitely feel like they're always like, they genuinely care about what their students do. And like, they're constantly sending us job opportunities or potential co-op opportunities. And it's like, they really want us to succeed. And I just don't think that's the same in all other colleges where you're just a number and your teacher might not even know your name. So that was one of the reasons that I chose MMA. And then another big one for me was, I just think there's so much value in attending a maritime academy. I think, especially when you're looking for a job, it really sets you apart from others because it's not just your average school. You have to do a lot more here. And you just get, I just think you just get a really great education. And I think that's definitely portrayed in just how high our job placement rate is when we graduate. So, yeah.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Argyropoulos. I am a junior here in the International Business and Logistics program at Maine Maritime Academy. What really drew me here to MMA was the expertise on hand with the instructors. People like Professor Schweitzer here or Professor Sorich, Schatz, all of these people, they have real world experience that they got over years, decades even, of hands-on work in the field. You know, they weren't coming straight out of college and come straight to instruct here. They have a wealth of knowledge to pull from. And that was something that was really rich to pull from, especially my freshman year when I was making my first real impressions as a student here. And another thing I'll touch on that Claire also mentioned was the personal relationship between you, the student, and the instructor. Like Claire said, you're not a number here. You're not one of 200, 300 people in a room. You're a name, you're a face, you're a personality. You're someone that has individual wants and needs that the professor can address as necessary. And it's nice to have, even after graduating, there are still opportunities that you can have to reach out to these people. And I think that's something truly special that this school has.
Absolutely. Thank you both. Claire, do you mind actually just speaking quickly about the experience that you had for your co-op this summer, and maybe even a little bit about what some of your colleagues in your cohort were doing this summer, to kind of give an idea of what type of jobs people took, and the responsibilities that some of you all had while you were out there?
Yeah, so this summer I interned at Maine Health, and honestly, it was just such a great experience. I remember when I was a freshman and I found out we were required to do a co-op, I was honestly pretty nervous at first, because I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to go and like make a resume and I'm gonna have to put myself out there. But honestly, after this year, I realized, wow, I wish I did that freshman year and sophomore year. And now I tell everyone, do a co-op every year if you can. Like, it's just such great experience. And I definitely think that also sets us apart from others, because like we're graduating with prior experience, and not a lot of people do that. Because I mean, if you're not required to do an internship at other schools, a lot of people just aren't doing that. So I think it was just great. It's like real experience, and I definitely felt prepared for it too. I was also nervous for that. Sorry, I don't know if my internet is cutting out. So I was definitely nervous for that. But like Professor Schweitzer said, also the amount of people that just have jobs already, like it's just crazy to think going into my senior year, I already have a job opportunity if I want, like I already got offered. And it's not just me, it's, I'd say probably over half the people in my grade that I've talked to. So yeah, that was great. Some of the responsibilities I did were, I worked in the warehouse. I did a lot. I had a couple projects. It was nice because I got to work with all the different departments in supply chain. So I got to work with procurement, contracting, strategic sourcing, value analysis, informatics. So I really got to see a piece of each part of logistics. And it also was really nice for me because I got to see like supply chain isn't just narrow, like you're not going to be pigeonholed into one thing. It's like really broad. So you can really do a lot with it, which I really liked. And that really made me realize that this year. So yeah, I would definitely recommend anyone listening, do a co-op early if you can.
Awesome. Thanks, Claire. Christopher, could you give us a couple thoughts that you have maybe about different ways that you've been involved on campus through different activities or student government and other types of things?
Yeah, I can talk about that because Lord knows I do enough on campus. So let's see where to start. So you mentioned student government. I am a member of the Student Government Association, which is nice because on a small campus like this, each individual has more, what I'm going to say, bargaining power. For example, if you want to start a club, an organization, or host some kind of event, it's relatively easy to do so because there isn't too much red tape you have to go through, and there aren't too many people you have to go through either. We're a relatively small organization. However, we're still central to a lot of events here at MMA. For example, SGA takes care of all the budgeting for many of the other clubs on campus, and they're an excellent resource to have if you're needing help with budgeting, things like that. And they also kind of act as a voice on campus as well. They're very much almost like a messenger in that aspect. That's nice to have. Outside of that, though, I'm also involved with, for example, we started up a pep band here. That's one example of one thing we started through the SGA. That started my freshman year. And now we have a performing pep band here for the first time in over 40 years. And I think that is something that kind of shows the fruits of that process and an excellent reason as to why the SGA is here. Outside of that, I'm also involved with tutoring. Most of the tutoring that's run on campus is run by students for students. So there's math, there's physics, there's navigation, and then there's myself with the writing center. So there's this individualized learning, and that helps out a lot. And I could be here all day talking about clubs and activities that I do on a given week, but I think those are kind of the three that I'll mention for today.
So you're saying there's lots of opportunity.
Countless. Just make sure you budget
Awesome.
your time.
Yeah, awesome. Claire, can you talk about your experience being a student athlete and your involvement with Mariner Athletics and the women's basketball team?
Yeah, so I love being a student athlete. I've had the best 4 years, or well, 3 and a little bit, that I could have asked for. I've not only met some of my best friends here on my team, but I think the tools that you learn just being an athlete here is just you really can use them in the rest of your life. Like when you graduate, you're gonna really need to know how to do time management. That's a big one. I mean, you're gonna have practice, school, but it's definitely a really good tool that you need to learn. Also, communication is a big thing, like constantly communicating with your professors and letting them know, hey, like I have a game this weekend. I'm gonna miss this class. What can I do? Can I get the notes from you, or can I get the notes of someone else? And it's just like, you're gonna end up having to do that when you graduate and when you get a real job too. So definitely the tools that I learned, I definitely think I can use. And I already used them a little bit in my co-op this summer, so. Yeah.
Professor Schweitzer, I just wanted to mention that we had a question come through, and Dr. Williamson had mentioned in the beginning about our graduate program. And so who is that program open to? Do you have to have majored in international business and logistics as an undergraduate student? And if somebody's listening to this session, what should they take away at the high school level to know that that's an opportunity for them in the future?
Yeah, no, fantastic question. No, you absolutely do not have to be a business or logistics student to be a good fit for our master's program. The way that our master's program has been developed is that it is structured to provide that foundation that any student coming in with a bachelor's degree would need to have. One of the things that we're able to do, so if you're thinking about this at the high school level, if you know that Maine Maritime Academy is going to be a great fit for you, what we have is what we call sort of our alumni advantage program. And it was on one of my slides and I didn't spend a lot of time on it, but what this does is if you are a alumni of Maine Maritime, if you have gotten your bachelor's degree at Maine Maritime, that then allows you to get into our master's program after you have gone through and applied with the admissions process, but you're able to pay a reduced rate. And so most of we have, I believe there are 9 graduate classes that need to be completed. And within that time frame, you're able to take 2 to 3 classes at a time. And it usually takes approximately a year and a half to get through the whole program right now. Now that's possible that it will, be modified and changed, but it's something that alumni advantage program is always going to be there. We have many alumni that come directly into our program, but we also have a lot of students that come from outside organizations and who have gotten their degrees in other areas that then seek out our master's program to help them maybe do a career shift or allow them to have a broader business and logistics understanding for the roles and responsibilities that they currently have within the positions that they're in.
Thanks. Yeah, we're kind of wrapping up on time, and I appreciate everybody's participation today in this pouring rain that we have here in Castine. And I know on Saturdays it's not always easy with family time. So thank you guys all for joining us this afternoon. I'm going to share my screen for a moment here and mention that coming up next here on the main stage, we're going to wrap up our day with a session on financial aid. You liked what you heard today, and you're trying to figure out if this is a place that you can afford and what that will look like going forward. So we're going to turn it over to our financial aid department to talk about all the resources that you need to know and how to make that a possibility moving forward. So thank you guys, and I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Financial Aid, Sigrid, and to take it away from here.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, Kate. Like Kate said, my name is Sigrid Olofsdottir, and I am the Director of Financial Aid here at MMA. I'm going to talk today about financial aid in general terms. I'm going to go through the FAFSA and what aid types are available in general. I'll briefly touch on what type of aid is available at MMA, but I will say right away that our Board of Trustees still hasn't made full funding decisions, so I won't have any specific aid amounts to mention here. However, if you want to ask specific questions, you can direct them to me personally via email. So financial aid 101. Like I mentioned, I want to go through what aid sources are available in general. The federal government is probably the biggest funding source for the majority of Americans. In order to access that aid, you will have to file the FAFSA, the Free Application for Federal Student Aid, and it's a mouthful. But as is indicated in the title, the application is free. And so there are some organizations out there that will offer to file the FAFSA for you for a fee. I would highly recommend you say no thank you to that and reach out to the many sources available to you, including the financial aid office here at MMA, as well as the federal government themselves. And there's a large variety of websites that offer FAFSA walkthroughs, explain each of the categories, etc. State governments also offer aid. Here at MMA, obviously the majority of that would be coming from the state of Maine. So if you are a Mainer, you should definitely look into what's available to you. But some of the regional neighbors here, Vermont, Connecticut, I think New Hampshire, are also offer some aid that could potentially be transferred over to Maine. So that's also worth checking on with your own state government if you're out of state. Then obviously institutional aid. Outside scholarships, there are a number of sources where you can seek outside scholarships. I have further in the presentation listed some of the bigger scholarship engines where you would set up a profile and the engine actually looks for scholarships for you. Here at MMA, we have working relationships with quite a few outside scholarship foundations where we could also help guide you to see if you would fit their criteria, and we would assist with the application, et cetera, et cetera. 529 college plans, if your parents thought ahead and put money aside for you, then those can also be used. VA benefits can be transferred from the veteran down to dependents, et cetera. And then there's a variety of tuition waivers, including foster care waiver from the state of Maine. There are some tribal waivers, et cetera. And we can offer you more information about those if you have specific questions. So the federal aid. Everything now is driven through www.studentaid.gov. If you go to that website, you can essentially find everything there is to know, every application you have to go through, every document you may have to file once you've accepted your aid, et cetera. The website offers, or the federal government offers 3 types of aid. It's free money, which are grants, the Pell Grant being the largest one of those. Grants from the federal government are all going to be based on your financial need. And we are going to do webinars later, one in October and another one in November, where I'll go through that in more detail. If you want to sign up for those, Kate will have some information for you on how to do that. Federal loans come in the form of student loans, which are based on class level and whether you're a dependent or independent student from the federal standpoint. And again, I'll go through that in more detail in the financial aid webinars. And then the federal government also offers a Parent Plus loan, which is aimed at essentially filling the gap, is what we call it. So the difference between all the other aid sources that you have and your costs. And then the federal government also has a work study program, which we participate in. It is not usually a lot of money, but a lot of students, for a lot of students, this is the first time they get a job. It is a good introduction to a job. The students have to complete a resume and apply for the job just like they would in the real world, but obviously under more relaxed circumstances. And then generally for freshmen and sophomores, work study jobs are not very intense. They can be running errands for an office or something of that sort. But often in junior and senior years, those dollars can be used towards research projects, teaching assistant jobs, et cetera. So the work study program is very, very beneficial and useful. And again, if you qualify for work study, that would be based on financial need. If anybody has any questions at any point in time, then please post them. So I have a question here. How do I find out if I qualify for in-state tuition through the New England Consortium as a Rhode Island resident? I am fairly new to Maine, so I would have to get back to you on that one unless Kate knows the answer.
Yeah, there are some parameters. I think it would be best actually just to get in touch with us directly. Email financialaid@mma.edu or admissions@mma.edu, and we can make sure to get you the written form so that we don't scramble our words today. But yes, please be in touch and we'll be back to you with that answer.
Thank you, Kate. So I just took a snapshot of the website. This is studentaid.gov. And this, like I mentioned earlier, this is basically where you're going to go for everything. There's going to be links here for explanations on what the aid is, what kind of aid you can qualify for. They've done a very good job about putting together information tabs for people who have not started college yet, people who are in college, people who have finished college, and parents of students who are dependent students and are in college or considering college. I plucked out these two because I think these are the most important for where you guys are at right now, is understanding the aid, what type of aid is available to you, and how do you qualify for it. And so the government has, as you can see, has links to each of these where it explains what types of aid are available, as well as what the eligibility requirements are to qualify, and how do you stay eligible for it. And if you do lose it, what do you need to do to re-qualify for it? I would recommend, if you are brand new to financial aid and higher ed and how to pay for college, that you take the time to go to this website and click on each of these links to get a better understanding of the terms and the types, etc. And once you have decided you're going to college and you need to file the FAFSA because you are interested in aid, then you would go to that next tab, which is apply for aid. Complete the FAFSA form. The FAFSA used to have its very own website, but like I said, the government is trying to streamline everything relating to their aid, and that includes putting the FAFSA there. So you would click on that link to get to the FAFSA form. And if you're filing the FAFSA for the first time, it does take a little while. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes to complete all the information. And for this upcoming FAFSA that will open on October 1st, 2021, which is for the academic year 2022-2023, you would use 2020 taxes. If there's been a change in your financial circumstances, which most definitely is very common right now after the year and a half the world has seen, you still would fill out the FAFSA with accurate data. You would still put in everything from your 2020 taxes and your 2020 income situation. And then you would reach out to the financial aid office at each of the colleges that you're interested in and let them know that there's been a change in your circumstance. And the financial aid administrators, they will request whatever data they need to make changes to your FAFSA on your behalf, to see if you might qualify for any more aid based on the change in your circumstance. And that's a question that I get a lot. So absolutely use the correct data based on 2020, and then it will be corrected for you afterwards, if that's the case. Okay, so here's what it looks like once you click on that link to the FAFSA. And again, it's 2020 tax returns and 2020 income related information. If you're brand new to the process, then you would click the start here. And once you filed it once and you come back to it in returning years, it's much quicker and easier. Your data will all be populated, and they'll essentially ask you a few key questions about your income from the next tax year or the tax year that they are looking for each relevant FAFSA. And so that's where you would log in here instead of saying start here. That's only for when you're doing it the very first time. Does anybody have any specific FAFSA questions at this time?
There was one question that was pre-submitted before you move on, and I just wanted to make sure it was answered. What happens if I don't fill out a FAFSA or don't want to fill out a FAFSA? Is that?
Absolutely. So grants and scholarships are generally divided into two different types of aid. One is termed merit aid, and the other one is termed need-based aid. So merit aid is always going to be based on, if it's merit aid that's awarded for you as you're coming into college, it's going to be based on what you did in high school. It's going to be based on your GPA, and if the school is looking at SAT and ACT scores, they will have a range where if you have this GPA and you scored this on your tests, then you qualify for X amount of dollars. You can do that no matter how much income your parents have, or whether you yourself are an independent student and you've earned a lot of money, that you can still get merit aid based on your qualifications for merit. And the same thing applies for once you have come into college. There can either be, there's some funding that is based on merit that is aimed at upperclassmen. So the same thing still applies. You can qualify for merit awards based on, once you're in college, then it would be based on your college GPA, et cetera. Need-based awards are a different story. For need-based awards, you would have to file a FAFSA. And so the difference there is then you're looking at income and assets, and those awards are not going to have anything to do with your progress in school, whether it's high school or college. It has everything to do with income. So sorry for the long answer, but yes, you can skip the FAFSA if you don't want to file it. And we won't penalize you for that in any way. The only thing that happens is that you won't qualify for any need-based aid. But if you already know that you aren't going to fall into the income brackets that are considered needy, then you can absolutely skip it. We do ask the question, are you interested in merit aid? Are you interested in need-based aid on the Common App? So please respond to those accurately and know that you won't be penalized in any way. We are not going to not accept you if you have indicated an interest in scholarships, et cetera. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think that's great. And if the one that had pre-submitted that question had more, definitely reach out to that financial aid at mma.edu.
Okay. I'm actually glad you stopped me from moving on, because I wanted to talk about the FSA ID. So it's the Federal Student Aid ID. And everybody who files a FAFSA, excuse me, everybody who files a FAFSA needs to have one. And for dependent students, their parent also needs to have one. And this can be quite confusing. Parents often think that they create one on behalf of their student, and so that they can log in with their own FSA ID and complete some of the requirements that the student has to fulfill. And it just simply isn't so, because we all have our own unique Social Security numbers, and the FSA ID attaches to your personal Social Security number. So if you're the parent, you still need one, because you're going to have to sign off on all that income and asset related data, as well as if you are going to apply for a Parent Plus loan, which is a federal loan that you can use to fill the gap. You will have to log in with your own FSA ID in order for that application to attach to your Social Security number, because essentially you're the borrower. Even though in your family you've discussed that your student is going to be responsible for the repayment of the Plus loan, the government doesn't really care about that. They are going to attach the application to the Social Security number of the FSA ID that was logged into. So keep that in mind. Make note of what your FSA ID is, what your password is, set up the security questions, and make note of what your answers are. And before you complete that or submit that application for that FSA ID, please verify that you've put in the accurate Social Security number, that you haven't crossed two numbers, because it can get complicated to fix it once you've done that once and attached it to the wrong social, essentially. Any questions about the FSA ID or the FAFSA? Okay, let's move on. Although I know not everybody here is from Maine, I did want to put in this website. Absolutely, for anyone who's from Maine, you should log in there and create a login there and see what you can qualify for. The tuition waiver program is fantastic. If you have been in foster care, you qualify for free in-state tuition. And adult learners can also get the Maine State Grant, which is based on need. So in order to qualify for it, you do have to have a FAFSA, and the expected family contribution level, which is the number that you get out of the FAFSA, is utilized by the state of Maine each year to determine who qualifies and who doesn't. However, if you're not from the state of Maine, but you have questions about the FAFSA and you have questions about aid in general, I would highly recommend you check out this website, because they've done a very good job of creating videos and walkthroughs and links to all kinds of scholarshiping programs and etc. So it's a fantastic website for someone who is brand new to higher ed and brand new to financial aid and trying to understand what it all means. So I would recommend this website. And if you are from the state of Maine and you have any questions about any of the state grants, you can either reach out to them directly or you can get in touch with us and we'll help you find the right answer. Any questions about FAME or Maine grant? Okay, so institutional funding. Again, I have already touched on this, that we would like you to let us know if you're interested in aid, if you're interested in merit aid only, or if you're interested in both types, merit and financial aid or need-based aid. And the difference is, again, we're not going to penalize you in any way. We're not going to deny you admission, but it is going to drive a little bit how we communicate with you and what we can communicate with you about as you go through the application and admit process and move on to becoming a deposited student, etc. And this is going to be true at most of the institutions that you're interested in. So don't be afraid to indicate interest in aid, because none of the schools are looking at it as a way to exclude anyone. That it's just going to change the way they communicate with you. Here at MMA, we do have quite a few endowed funds. If you're brand new to financial aid, so an endowed fund is money that someone has donated to the school and has designated that it should be put into a growth fund that grows for a certain amount of years. And once it has reached whatever the criteria was that was set up for it, we can start using a percentage of it. And they can come with all kinds of different criteria because they're based on something that a donor has decided. Very common is residency. They are looking for people from Maine. They're looking for people from Hawaii. They're looking for people from California. The residency can also be a little bit tighter, that they're looking for people from, Florida who live in Polk County. Or it can be even tighter. They're looking for people who are from Maine and from Hancock County, and they are from Bucksport. So residency is a very common factor in endowed funding. Gender, it can also be gender. They can designate it for women or men only. Also very common is major. So quite often these endowed funds are donated by alumni. And so they want to support their major. And so they are putting money towards students who are going into the major that they're interested in. Year in school, I mentioned that earlier. You can qualify for a certain amount or certain funds when you're a freshman. And then once you become a sophomore, junior, and a senior, it can open up eligibility for even more funding. Club membership and other extracurricular activities and quite a bit more. So the way that we do this here at MMA is we identify that you qualify for certain amounts of aid or certain types of aid, and we would offer that to you as after you've been accepted, based on our funding levels, what's in the funds, etc. Any questions on institutional funding? Nope. One more thing I want to say is that here at MMA, we do also have institutional loans. So similar to the endowed funds, some of our donors have decided that they would like to help fund students in a way that requires repayment. And although that may seem like, what kind of help is that? It does actually make sense, because that program is going to pay itself eventually. When you start getting payments back from the students, then essentially payments are funding the next generation of students. And they can be easier to apply for, etc. So if you have any questions about those, please reach out to me directly, and I can give any answers about that. Okay. So filling the gap. Again, the gap is essentially the difference between all the other aid that you have been offered. If you've been given a merit award, you filed your FAFSA, you got the Pell Grant, we offered you federal loans, you got an outside scholarship, and then you still have a gap. You haven't covered all of your costs yet that you are being billed for. So for that particular, the rest of your bill, there's a variety of options. We don't have a payment plan. It's a 10-month payment plan. So essentially we break down fall and then spring balances, and it's split between the 10 months. It does have a deadline on it. I do believe you have to apply for it by August 1st rather than July 1st. If you have questions about that, I can absolutely confirm what the date is. And I can guide you through that as well. If you want to just take a look at it, that's the website that it's on. Parent Plus loan, many parents opt for that one. Even though it is a credit check loan, it's fairly simple. You either get approved or denied. They have, it's not as difficult to qualify for in some cases as private loans. It comes with a set interest rate. It doesn't matter who you are and what your income is. If you qualify for the loan, this will be your rate for the year. It can be tied to the student's school when they graduate. So it can be deferred. You don't have to make payments while the student is still studying. And so there are many positive aspects to the Parent Plus loan. Any information you want about it is available on studentaid.gov. And if you have specific questions, you can also reach out to me. Alternative loans. So they're often referred to, you can use one or the other, alternative versus private educational loans. The website that we aim you towards is elmselect.com. So it's kind of a hub for a lot of lenders. You can pick or choose which lender you would like to try. You can apply with more than one lender. You can look at, do some comparison. If I qualify here, what will that look like? If I qualify here, what will that look like? So one of the biggest differences between the Parent Plus loan and the private loans is that the private loans are also a credit check loan, but they are going to be, the terms of the loan, including the interest rate that you qualify for, is going to be based on the creditworthiness of either the student or, as is the case for most undergraduate students, their cosigner. So often grandma and grandpa who have great credit, they can qualify for a very good interest rate on these loans. So it is worth applying just to see if you're going to get a better rate than the Plus loan. I would recommend applying for both. Again, if you have any questions, please let me know. Another difference between the private and the Plus loan is that the private loan is generally in the name of the student. And so I mentioned they would need a credit-worthy cosigner. And for most of the alternative loans these days, the cosigner can be taken off of the loan once the student has made successful payments. It varies anywhere from 12 to 36 months, but there's definitely a way for the cosigner to be removed from that loan eventually. It's not going to follow the cosigner for the next 30 years or however long the repayment period is. Finally, outside scholarships. Again, I mentioned them at the beginning here. So these 3 websites that I put there are what we call scholarship engines. You essentially go in there and you create a profile for yourself where you tell them where you live, what your gender is, et cetera, et cetera. And so the scholarship engines, their job is to look for scholarships that you qualify for based on the information you've put in. No one can promise you that you're going to get any of the scholarships, and the scholarship engine is not going to apply for the scholarships for you. but it does help you do that search. I tell these stories. I have had, there was a student who was famous in financial aid circles about 3 or 4 years ago. He made a portfolio of himself. He created a website on one of these free website design apps about himself, and he managed to find $32,000 in scholarships for 1 year. Now, obviously, not everybody can do that, but it just shows you that there's definitely money out there to be had. And yes, if you put in some work and sometimes a little bit of creativity, you can absolutely find it. It's quite common for employers to offer dependent scholarships. So ask mom and dad if they can go to their human resources department to see if their employer offers any aid of that kind. Again, I have an example in Florida, Polk County. It was a boy, and his dad had worked for the Polk County Sheriff's Office for a while, and he was like, well, I may as well go and ask. And he did, and they were like, absolutely, we have this fund and no one has gotten any money from it for, you know, decades. And so they ended up paying his entire tuition bill for 4 years. So again, it's also a case of it absolutely never hurts to ask. Everyone in the world realizes that financing college is a big thing now. You know, the days of college being free and easy are mostly gone. So I think there's, you know, no one is going to look at you funny if you say, you know, is there any chance that you might have any scholarship money available for my son, my niece, my daughter? Anyway, I also put the dates here for our website, our webinars, I'm sorry. We are going to have a webinar on October 9th and another one on November 13th. The FAFSA application, remember the one that's for the federal aid, it opens up for 2022-2023 on October 1st. And so on October 9th, we're going to walk you through what all the different questions are, what they're asking for, what documents you need, etc. So by all means, please join us for that one if you have questions and you're not sure how to file the FAFSA. And the November 13 one will also be, it'll be probably a little bit less detailed about the FAFSA, but it'll be more about, you know, what can you do next? So absolutely sign up for those and join us with any questions you may have at that point. So the Q&A, Alex, no, sorry. Do you have to wait until you're accepted before applying for scholarships? If you're asking about institutional funding, then yes, we would not consider anyone for institutional funding until after you have been admitted to the school. If you're wondering about any of the outside scholarships, the state grants, etc., no, you do not. You can apply for those based on whatever the deadlines are and the application criteria is for each of those scholarships. And then, as I mentioned, if you're looking to get need-based aid from the federal government, the application opens up on October 1st, 2021. And if you're on top of your stuff and you file the FAFSA immediately, and then you subsequently say, you know what, I am going to go to MMA and I've decided I'm going to apply there and all of that, then all you need to do is go back into your FAFSA and make sure that you put in the federal code for MMA or any other college that you potentially are looking at.
I'm glad you brought that up, Sigrid. I'm going to interrupt you for a second. There was a question that was, when should I begin working on the FAFSA? And I think you answered it along those lines. Is you don't have to have put your application into Maine Maritime before you can start working on that FAFSA.
No,
once it opens. So you can do them both side by side, one before the other. So we can always match them up once all the paperwork comes through.
Absolutely. Another question came in, where do I get the MMA federal code? The MMA federal code is listed on our website. It is 02. I should have it in my head, but I don't. I get it confused with some of the others. 02044. You can get it on our website. If you do, when you're in the FAFSA application, if you do a search for colleges in Maine, Maine Maritime Academy will come up. and all you have to do is click on it and it will populate it into that field for you. You can also email us if you want the federal code. There's a variety of places where we can provide that.
Well, it is just about 6 o'clock, and I know some of our viewers have had a very intensive afternoon full of all sorts of details. Some might just have joined for particular sessions, but please be in touch with us. We are here to help and make it exciting through this entire process. So if you wanted to reach out to financial aid directly or admissions directly, both Sigrid and Courtney are your financial aid team, and they are amazing. So please let us help you, because there's sometimes you don't know what you don't know until you start asking questions. And that's why we're here. We're here to help hold your hand through this entire process. But go enjoy your evening. We can't wait to see you on campus soon. I'm going to put the visit link one more time, if I can pull it up quickly. To how to visit our campus at any time, schedule a visit. We've got our MMA experience next Sunday, in which you can talk specifically with Siren in person if there's something personal you wanted to talk about one-on-one, or just take a tour of the ship and the campus and meet our students and see these facilities in action. So we can't wait to be in touch further, and thank you again for tuning in most of the afternoon to what we have to offer here at Maine Maritime, which is a lot and pretty incredible stuff. So Sigrid, if you wanted to add anything before I shut the webinar down, I'll turn it to you, but you don't have to.
We got one more question. How do you specifically communicate to the admissions office that you'd like to apply for merit aid? If you've already submitted your application to MMA, then please send an email to myself or Kate and let us know what you're interested in. If you have not completed your application yet, then it should be one of the MMA specific questions. So once you've done all of the general common app questions, there's a pop-up that says you still have questions that are specific to the schools that you clicked on that you're interested in. And MMA should be asking that question, those questions there.
Well, thank you guys again for viewing and tuning in, and we will be in touch with some more webinar series as the semester and the year goes on. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.